ladies and gentlemen, we will begin our ceremony for today, event today in short. So we seek everyone's cooperation to fill in the front seat of the event space for us to begin with our event for this morning. So we seek everyone's cooperation to fill in the front row first. Once again, we seek everyone's cooperation to fill in the front seat as we are about to begin our event for this morning. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh, and a very good morning. Encik Muhammad Najmi bin Nordin, Chief Learning Officer of Johor Corporation, Encik Muhammad Faris Adli Shukri, Managing Directors of Johor Plantation Group, yang berbahagia Datuk Dr. Hafsha Hashim, Chairman of Women Leadership Foundation, Wan Zatul Rahiwa Umar, Executive Vice President Strategy of Yayasan Peneraju, esteemed participants, ladies and gentlemen. A very warm greeting to each and every one of you. My name is Daud Sama, and it is my pleasure to welcome all of you to the YP Exchange program, Yielding Potential, Accelerating Tomorrow's Leaders. Ladies and gentlemen, the YP Exchange program, organized by Yayasan Peneraju in collaboration with Johor Corporation and Cerebrum, aims to address the key challenges emerging talents and entrepreneurs face. Yayasan Peneraju focuses on increasing the quality, quantity, and relevance of local talents in line with effort to develop Malaysia towards a high-income nation. Thank you for joining us this morning, and we are excited to be here to embark on something remarkable. Ladies and gentlemen, before we proceed with today's event to seek blessing for this occasion today, I would like to invite Tuan Imam Zaini Yasnun from Wakaf An-Nur for a dua recitation. Please welcome.
الفاتحة. أعوذ بالله من الشيطان الرجيم. بسم الله الرحمن الرحيم. الحمد لله رب العالمين الرحمن الرحيم مالك يوم الدين إياك نعبد وإياك نستعين اهدنا الصراط المستقيم صراط الذين أنعمت عليهم غير المغضوب عليهم ولا الضالين. أعوذ بالله من الشيطان الرجيم. بسم الله الرحمن الرحيم. الحمد لله رب العالمين والصلاة والسلام على أشرف الأنبياء والمرسلين وعلى آله وصحبه أجمعين. Allahumma ya Allah, with heart full of gratitude we stand before you today, thanking you for the privilege of gathering here for the YP Exchange program. We acknowledge your countless blessing and humble seek your guidance as we embark on this journey of learning, collaboration and transformation. Ya Allah, Ya Latif, Ya Rahman, Ya Rahim, bless the program which embodies the spirit of Jacob mission Membina dan Membela as we focus on nurturing transformational leadership, equipping ourselves with innovative strategies, empowering our teams, grant us the wisdom to be resilient organization and uplift the life of those we serve. Guide us, Ya Allah, through the keynote speeches, plenary session, and insightful discussion, especially as we explore principle of growth, leadership, and accessibility. Let this moment inspire us to build a future rooted in excellence and compassion, ensuring that our effort always reflect Jacob's commitment to both organizational success and social well-being. Ya Allah, as we engage in working labs and roundtable discussion, help us discover new ways to foster growth and innovation, instill in us the strength, the courage to uplift others, transforming challenges into opportunities to lead with purpose and impact, in line with Jacob's vision and making a difference of communities and business alike. Ya Allah, we pray that this program strengthens our collective resolve to embody our value from Membina and Membela. Let the connection form and the knowledge gain be empower us to contribute meaningfully to the growth of Jacob, our investee companies, and the greater society. May our leadership bring about positive change, enriching life and creating lasting legacies of prosperity, harmony, and stability, both in the world and the hereafter. ربنا آتنا في الدنيا حسنة وفي الآخرة حسنة وقنا عذاب النار وصلى الله على سيدنا محمد وعلى آله وصحبه وسلم الحمد لله رب العالمين.
Amin, Amin, Ya Rabbal Alamin. Ladies and gentlemen, to set the tone for this morning session, I now have the pleasure to invite Encik Muhammad Najmi Nordin, the Chief Learning Officer, to deliver his welcoming speech. Please welcome.
Yeah. You know, Yang berbahagia Datuk Dr. Hafsah Hashim, Chairman Women Leadership Foundation, Encik Muhammad Faris Adli Shukri, Managing Director of Johor Plantation Group, Wan Zatul Rahwiya Omar, Naib President Executive Strategy of Yayasan Peneraju, esteemed participants, ladies and gentlemen, Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi ta'ala wabarakatuh, and a very good morning. Before I begin, I would like to extend the sincerest gratitude to Yayasan Peneraju for spearheading this initiative to develop and identify issues and potential programs for future leaders. So I would like everyone here to give them a big round of applause. On the part of Johor Corporation, we've always look at talent development as an important component of growing the region and how it can help us to grow our own business. If you look at if you look at what Johor Corporation has accomplished over the past, since 1968, and especially in the last 3 or 4 years, the growth have been, when we talk about accelerating growth, our growth rate have exceeded our peers as an investment holding company. And so we believe, um, for us to continue to sustain this growth, it is important not just for our internal talents to be upskilled, reskilled, but also for the entire community. We need to support that community of business leaders, other professional managers to grow as well and improve. Um, we are guided by our principles of membina and membela. It's been mentioned a few times during the recital of doa just now, and the membina part is quite easy. Where like other organizations, we are committed to growing our economic pie. Hoping that our businesses continue to create jobs for people, create economic multiplier benefits. But specifically at Johor Corporation, we are also driven by the Membela agenda. And the Membela agenda is different from most corporations in the sense that we have a very specific targets of what we intend to do. For example, we are one of the few SEDCs in Malaysia that gives back dividends to the state. We don't require state funding. In fact, we give back to the state and contribute. At the same time, we have specific initiatives. For example, Yayasan Jacob, have done a lot of programs. Investing companies, all our from our different business verticals, from plantations, Encik Faris is here from that side, health and wellness from KPJ, QSR food services and real estate. We all contribute back to Yayasan Jacob, and Yayasan Jacob then does programs in partnership with other Yayasans as well, to help the community. Imam was from Wakaf Ano, one of the most unique institutions, not just in Malaysia but globally as well. Not many people know this, but Wakaf Ano actually manages close to 1 billion in assets under management. And we've done, they've done quite well in terms of contributing back to the state of Johor. There are many mosques in Johor that's actually operated and run by Wakaf Ano. They also run clinics as well for the underprivileged. And I think the focus for 2025 is to move towards dialysis center, producing more affordable dialysis center for the underprivileged. And finally, we have Johor Skills, which I will explain a little bit later because it's under my purview. So what's next? And for us to continue to be able to membina and membela, we have a lot of strategic projects that we are going to undertake over the next 3 to 4 years. This includes, some of our representative here from Farm Bike, which you'll see later, which is an agribusiness tech startup, very unique selling proposition. It's difficult to describe what Farm Bike does in a short bit, but we believe that that's the next engine of growth, where you combine technology with traditional business and see how we can accelerate that particular vertical. We've got Ibrahim Technopolis, the largest industrial sandbox, about 7,300 acres over in Sedenak, about maybe 30 minutes away from here. Is going to be a huge development for the industrial sector, smart factories. Already the data centers are there, right? So if you think about Johor and data centers, the pioneers was Jacob, and it was built over in Sedenak at that time. I think that's about 1,300 acres of land, dedicated for data centers. But beyond that, we are going to medical, medtech, smart manufacturing, E&E, etc. So that's a huge project. There's some urban rejuvenation projects that we are doing in Johor Bahru, IIBD, Ibrahim International Business District. We've got Arena Lakin. That's just the things that we are doing in Johor or the southern region. We are not including the ones in KPJ, on our healthcare side, and what they are doing in terms of advancing medical technology and care. So if you look at the things that we intend to do or what we are already doing at the moment, it requires a huge amount of commitment in terms of talent and capabilities, not just within Jacob, but also our ecosystem, right? For our industrial parks to work, we require businesses in Johor to grow. so they expand and move there, for example, right? For our urban rejuvenation project to happen, we need the professional managers, etc., to develop or to create a huge economic multiplier impact within their organizations so that they can rent bigger space in our buildings. So you can see where talent development and developing that ecosystem in Johor or the southern region becomes very important, especially with the soon to be signed Johor Singapore Special Economic Zone, inshallah, right, in December. Yeah, well, now is December. Sorry, so it should be very very soon. And they have the situation there is the enthusiasm, or sorry, the selling proposition of Johor for Singaporeans is clear. They know, right? They know the land. They understand what are the advantages of, expanding their business, not shifting. I think the Singaporeans don't like us to say, shift. They talk about expanding the business in Singapore to Johor. But always at the top of their mind or key concern is talent. Almost everywhere that we go, in fact, that is why the talent committee, talent corp is here as well. Often when we do our investor session, the biggest question has always been on talent, whether Johor can produce sufficient talent or not to address these demands. And my short answer to them is a simple yes. We've got the raw numbers here, right? There's 40,000 SPM students every single year in Johor. That's a huge number. Just to give things into context, they only have like what, 20,000 plus of students that is currently studying across from our first year to final year in their ITE program, right? In Institute of Technology in Singapore. So if you think about that, the potential for Johor to develop the necessary workforce for whatever industries that they're thinking about is there. The only issue is the gap between what they expect and what we are producing. And I believe that that gap is not as big as what people think it is. The only problem right now is they and us have not identified that gap just yet. Everybody comes in and they say, oh, the talent is not good enough, the talent is not good enough. But when you actually ask them what specifically they are looking for, it's very difficult for them to even articulate that. So as soon as we can get that kind of discussions going with them, I think it's much easier for us to then develop the necessary programs together with partners like Talent Corp and Raju, etc., to develop the programs that can help prepare the workforce for the upcoming Johor Singapore Special Economic Zone. But what Johor Corporation have done, one of our key strategic initiatives is the creation of the learning division. And we look at it through 3 layers. The first layer is internally. That means for Johor Corporation, it is important for us to look at talent development holistically, right? Johor Corp as a group now employs about 32 to 33,000 full-time employees. That's a huge number, right? And if you talk about a group level organizational learning and development, there must be a clear framework of what we intend to do and where we want to go. And I think in the last 6 months, we've developed that framework. We are going to simplify it even further because the scale to execute at 33,000 level, is difficult. So we are going to simplify it, but we have got a lot of programs lined up for JCOP, Team JCOP next year. And it benefits the community as well because we have put it as our mandate to include the Johor Civil Service as part of our, most of our training programs. So the JCS members are welcome to come and talk to us if they want to participate in any of our programs, and we'll be more than willing to include them into our agenda for next year. So we've got all these schools, doesn't really matter, but the point is we've got a clear idea of where we intend to develop our internal talents. But at JCOP, it's not just internal, but we have to look as well at, the community under our Membela initiative. That's why we have Johor Skills. So Johor Skills is our talent upskilling and reskilling company that we operate. mostly currently it caters to the industries, right? Manufacturing, very, at that level, blue collar workers. But our vision for Joe Skills in 2027 is for it to be a complete skills development center. Program is an initiative by Johor Corporation where we feel that in the next few years, a huge amount of human capital is coming into Johor already. People like myself, traveling from KL to JB every week. There's also going to be a lot of financial capital going into Johor. Infrastructure, buildings are being made, roads are being paved. But for a city to truly become regional and global player, there must be an intellectual development as well, right? So there is a desire to create an intellectual capital in Johor, and that's where Cerebrum comes into the picture. And what Cerebrum will do over the next few years is create a series of events, sponsor a few research, and initiate impact projects. Through smart partnerships, hopefully with players like today. We are doing it together with ASM Penraju, and thank you so much for them for supporting this initiative as well. So what we intend to do is to position Johor, in that space. No longer do Singaporeans then think of Johor as merely a place for them to wash cars and buy groceries. There could be other things as well in Johor for them, and that's where we intend to position Cerebrum as. What we've done over the last few months is a series of events, and upcoming, we are bringing the Prime Minister's senior economic advisor in to share his knowledge with the Jacob Group. And by next year, what we intend to do is to have some impact forums and impact award nights for Johor. So some of the business leaders here today may be part of the recipients of next year's Cerebrum Johor Impact Award. So that's what we are planning to do. If any of you feel that you want to contribute to Cerebrum, feel free to drop an email and see how we can collaborate together on events, and activities moving forward. We've got a great space over in JBCC, right? That we intend to use more for next year. So come and talk to us. Last but not least, I think today's session, is both informative one. You have people like Faris and Dato Afsa, and also our group of panelists of entrepreneurs, etc., to share their knowledge with the group. But I want the team or the participants here to take away not just the knowledge that you're going to get, but also think about how you can then cascade down this to the rest of your team members. Because to be completely honest, if you're here today, other than being Pak Serela, maybe some of you are here, Pak Serela, but most of you who are here voluntarily here today are already, in terms of the mindset, are curious to learn. So our issue is not with this group here, right? If you are talking about developing talent, it's about those who are not in this group. The people who are not interested to upskill, reskill, and improve themselves. So we have to start thinking how, beyond this group and the workshops that you do today and tomorrow, about how we can then inspire the others in this region to take up the opportunities presented by the likes of Yayasan Peneraju, Jacob, etc. on reskilling and upskilling and improving themselves. You know, because, and this is the last bit, just to quote, I think it was Alvin Toffler, right, the futurist, you know, he said that the illiterate of the 21st century are not those who cannot read or write, because technology that's a given. Even if you cannot read or write, you can just use Google to help you with that. But the illiterate of the 21st century are those who cannot learn, unlearn, and relearn. And that's the name of the game today. Whatever skill sets that you have, you must be able to abandon it and adopt a new one. And that's difficult. So hopefully, inshallah, Yayasan Peneraju, as they craft from this session their ideas for programs for 2025 and moving forward, they think about how to help the mindset of the people to adapt to the 21st century, to help them to learn, unlearn, and relearn. Inshallah. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Thank you.
Thank you, Encik Najmi. Ladies and gentlemen, our first plenary session is titled The Path of Continuous Growth Through Transformation. A brief introduction of our first speaker for today, Encik Muhammad Faris. Encik Muhammad Faris was appointed as the Managing Director of Kulim in 2020, where he was primarily responsible for spearheading the agribusiness of Johor Corporation. Mr. Muhammad Faris has more than 20 years of experience in plantations, property, and financial services sectors. And without further ado, please help me to welcome Encik Muhammad Faris Adli Shukri. Please welcome.
Bismillahirrahmanirrahim. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Thank you, MC. Najmi Nordin, Chief Learning Officer of Johor Corporation. Dr. Hafsah Hashim, Founder and Chairman of Women Leadership Foundation. Puan Zatu Rabi Umar, Naib President Executive Strategy for Yayasan Peneraju. Distinguished speakers and guests, ladies and gentlemen, Encik Najmi earlier today asked me to teach people how to become a transformational leader. I think that's a bit too big for me to teach people. But what I'm here today is to relate to you something that is a bit more closer to my heart in terms of what we have done for the last 4 years since I came into Johor Corporation as the Managing Director of Kulim. And to relate to you what we went through, what are the things that are fundamental in terms of transformation, because what we see is that transformation is not something that you have only got one destination. It's a continuous journey. It's a journey of growth, it's a journey of sustainability, it's a journey of making sure that you are ready for the next generation and onwards. This is what transformation means to us in Kulim and Johor Plantations. And if we relate back to transformation as what has been related by Encik Najmi earlier, we are in a era or a transition period where we see there is a lot of change. We see there is today generational gaps as well between different groups of people. And how do we ensure that the efforts that we have put in place continues to be championed by the next generation and onwards. So let me go through my presentation. Hopefully it's insightful for you, because it's something a bit personal. It's something that I've been talking about for the last 1.5 years, because we've been going through IPO journey that actually culminated in the listing of Johor Plantations Group in July of this year. And it was quite painstaking as well, because when people think that given that Kulim was earlier listed, it should not be a problem for it to be relisted again. But it's not that easy, I would have to say that. Now, Kulim as it is an entity or being that has existed for more than 90 years. It started off in 1933 by the British. Most likely it started in Kulim, Kedah. That's why it took the name Kulim. And how it came over to Johor, that begs the question, because basically I haven't got no answer for that. But I would have to say probably by that time, when the British opened up this land in Kedah, they probably realized that there was no more good land to open, so they decided to come over to Johor, because there was abundance of land. Land is a bit more friendlier and undulating for agriculture development and business. And over the years, over 90 years, Kulim was held at the start by the British itself. It was listed on the London Stock Exchange, for that matter, and the name that it held in London was actually Kulim. And this is something very, very interesting, because if you look at a lot of the colonial companies that were taken back through nationalization by the Malaysian government, most of it were using the names of the British colonists. In this case, it used a local name. So when it came back as Kulim, and eventually Jacob became the owner, started becoming a shareholder of Kulim in 1976, before Kulim started to embark on a lot of things. It did a lot of things. Yeah, Kulim was used not just an agribusiness entity for the purpose of moving into other spheres of agro-food, other than the fact that it started off as a rubber plantation, and then it moved into old palm cultivation as well. I think at the same time it did some cocoa cultivation, but it also was a company that was doing a lot of mergers and takeovers, mergers and acquisitions, for that matter. So that was why at one time Kulim was the owner of KFC. Now, does Kulim have any poultry farm today? No. That has been hived off. It went straight back to Jacob as the ultimate owner of KFC, and now is being owned by Jacob through KSR. But Kulim also went overseas in the form of opening up plantations in Indonesia, as well as owning a stake in the then New Britain Palm Oil Company Limited, which was the plantation company that was operating in Papua New Guinea before it was sold off in 2015. And at the same time, Kulim also started to move into the space of oil and gas. If I'm not mistaken, that was starting in 2012, 2013, like that. So by the time when I came into Kulim, it had a whole host of businesses. And this is how Kulim looked in 2020 when I came in. So it had plantations, as I said, and the plantations by then were only concentrated in Johor. Of course, we did have some plantation lands in Sumatra, and it also had farming in the form of cultivation of pineapple, as well as other agri-food items, as well as activities in terms of trading and services, covering not just agriculture machineries, but also safety and training. There was a trading company, and it also had an insurance brokerage. So there were a lot of things that Kulim was having. And at the same time, Kulim also had livestock. It had about almost 7,000 heads of cattle that were roaming in the estates. And what we realized is there needs to be some sort of strategic realignment. There needs to be a lot more focus. We need to be very, very defined in terms of what we do in order for us to chart a much more structured growth and progression. And this is where the transformation really started. Because what we saw was there were a few things such as financial complications, the structure itself was not suited for growth, And there were a lot of non-performing assets and businesses that needed to be addressed. But at the core of it, I would relate back to what Najmi had said, is about talent. Kulim, as it had been for the last 90 years, is an expert in terms of agriculture, especially in plantations. If you talk about Kulim last time around, especially in terms of reference to the company called EPA, these were the best planters, not just in Malaysia, but the world. You could have an EPA planter moving to any other plantation company, not just Malaysia, but also in other regions, that was accepted. But then, you can't expect a planter to also manage an oil and gas field. So these were some of the intricacies that had to be addressed, and that spurred us to re-look back at the business and the structure. So for that matter, we decided that we really need to redefine ourselves and be more concentrated and focused in the right in the right environment, and we need to be a lot more leaner and more focused. So as such, we came up with a new vision that was more skewed towards us becoming an agribusiness division. And two things in that context is about having a very strong governance structure, whereby we needed to improve the governance framework. We needed to establish proper oversights through the central headquarters, as well as develop the right talent framework for us to move forward. And at the same time, it's all about business restructuring through rationalization of the business, through rationalization of the companies, disposal, and the divestments of assets as well as businesses, and also reorganizing the whole group to become one that is focused on agribusiness. And thus, we decided that in the agribusiness division, there will be two very core focus areas, two very core segments, which is plantation, which was set up in the guise of another vehicle, which was Johor Plantations Group. So that gave us a lot better identity in terms of where we are operating in, where we are from, and also gives a lot more prominence into what we are very specialized at. So if you look at JPG, it's all about concentrating in terms of production and having all the products that we come up with based on high quality, sustainability, and traceability coming from Johor, and a new special vehicle that was concentrated on the agri-food side, which Najmi had also mentioned earlier, was FarmBite, that focus on developing the agri-food sector, especially in terms of enhancing the farm-to-fork model, and in this case, leveraging further on the digital platform for the purpose of connecting the farmers direct to the market. So this is another game changer that we are now working on, especially for the agri-food segment. And hopefully within the next 5 years, we're looking at another potential listing of another company coming from the Kulim Group. So ladies and gentlemen, as the Managing Director of JPG today, let me just go through what JPG is and how is it that we are different and how we have changed and how we intend to actually transform the whole ecosystem in terms of the plantation sector. We are a company that is purely concentrated in Johor today. We are all about traceability. And when we talk about oils that we produce, it's about oils that come from Johor. We're about 60,000 hectares in total, with a small cluster that actually sits just across the border in Pahang. We've got 23 estates with 5 palm oil mills. Now, the palm oil mills that we have been grouped up in 2 sectors. One is, which is focused on just processing only certified crops that come from us, as well as our suppliers, which are the smallholders, as well as we have put up 3 biomethane plants. The biomethane plants actually take the biogas that is being captured today. Normally, most of the mills actually are required to have a biogas plant that actually flares the biogas. What we have done is to extract the methane, purify it, and then we are now selling it to the off-takers, which specifically is Gas Malaysia, and this leads us to become a bioenergy producer at the moment. Probably it is still in the infancy stage, but we're hoping to fully complete this and even expand on the volume that we have eventually. We have also put up a plant, the fiber oil plant that actually extracts more oil that we have left in the fiber that we process. Now, for 2023, in our case, it was not really a good year because there were very high rainfall when you look at the first quarter of 2023. But then we did commendably in terms of results. We still had a good profit, and we still were able to sustain our production rates, albeit it was a bit lower, 10% lower against 2022. But Alhamdulillah, in 2024, what we have seen is we have seen a lot of improvements in terms not just our production, but also our financial performance. And to say the least, we are very, very proud that now we are listed on the Bursa Malaysia, and we have seen a lot of interest in terms of people coming to own our shares, because the belief is there in terms of being able to produce and sustain the results that we have been contributing to the sector. Now, if you look at us in our current state, are we just going to be in that state alone? I think it begs the question of how do we transform from where we already are? We've already transformed from being almost like a conglomerate, not just in the agribusiness sector, but also in other sectors, becoming more focused, becoming much leaner, becoming more specialized as well. But we are not contented at that level. In this case, we have our key strategies moving forward, and we believe that we need to strengthen our core competencies here, especially in terms of increasing the production and also facilitating the processing of other people's crops. So we're working not just in terms of our own process, of our own production, but also working with external communities, external parties on how to further develop the industry. We are also building a future-ready organization by virtue of us not just being contented at the upstream level, but also moving towards the downstream level, so that eventually we become a more integrated company in the plantation sector. And in this case, we are able to capture higher margins as well by virtue of that presence in the upstream, midstream, as well as downstream. So for that matter, we are now, we have just inked a JV agreement with a Japanese company to develop a refinery in Kota Tinggi, and hopefully that will come to realization in 2026 for us to complete the full integrated value chain for our business. We are also embedding a lot more innovative practices. So in this case, if we look at our mills, normally our mills are being measured by virtue of the extraction rate that we achieve. But then when you actually process external crops, usually what you get is not the best of crops that is being supplied. So what we are doing now is to reimagine the business model so that we can actually extract the full value of that operating unit, so that we're not just hung up by the extraction rates and the utilization of the capacity that it has. It's also about monetizing the value that we can get through other means, especially in this case, the bio-waste that the mill actually produces. So that's why we're looking at energy as another sector that we'll be working on, especially in terms of supplying renewable energy. And at the core of this, what's most fundamental is that we adopt digital, we adopt technology in terms of our operations moving forward. Now, of course, there are a lot of views that technology is a precursor to further advancement in the, not just in other sectors, but also the agribusiness and plantation sectors. But I would have to say there are limitations there. But what we do need to do is to incorporate a lot more efforts to introduce new technology to enhance the efficiency of the work that we do within our operations. And hopefully with that, it also encourages and entices a lot more talent to come into the sector itself, especially local talents. As you know, today almost 70% of the people who work in the plantations are actually foreigners. Is it a matter of wages that the locals do not want to work in the plantation? Not really. I think we give better wages than a lot of other industries outside. We give free housing, we give free utilities and so on. But then locals feel that because it's a sector that's involved in agriculture, you've got the 4Ds there, right? So most people will not be willing to do it. Most are only thinking about living in their own comforts, in their own villages, feeling that it's better to work in an air-conditioned type of facility as opposed to being in the harsh environment that we have in the estates. But yet, they want better earnings. And we offer that. So what we are hoping to do is to introduce a lot more technology for the purpose of attracting locals to come in and earn better as well. And last but not least is about intangible assets. What we've realized is that Johor Plantations offers a different kind of niche in this context. The origin as well as the traceability that we offer actually is perhaps second to none, other than our counterparts perhaps in the north of Peninsula that also offers the same kind of exclusivity. And for that matter, we've been actually getting premiums for the products that we produce. And based on this, we do believe that there is a specialized market that will further recognize the intrinsic details that we are actually offering to the market today. And to facilitate this, to facilitate our growth and our transformation continuously, what we believe is that we must be an exponential organization. Normally when we talk about exponential organizations, it's about being 10x. But then I would rather say that having an exponential mindset is most crucial, even before you become an exponential organization. It would probably be a bit more difficult if you were to talk about exponential in terms of an industry that's already quite matured, such as a plantation. If you've already producing or churning out results to the tune of 200 million ringgit in terms of profit after tax per year, if I wanted to become 10x, I would have to churn 2 billion within the next 3 years. But that's not what we are concerned about. What we need to be concerned about is how do we grow further? How do we continuously grow and sustain the results that we have? So in this case, what we believe is in terms of having a good purpose for that matter. The purpose that we have today is about producing sustainable essentials. Essentials that are based on sustainability in terms of its own production and processing. And that, for that matter, two products that we are very much in line with in terms of the purpose is producing food and producing energy, both in a sustainable manner. So that's where we've got the green nutrition as well as the green energy that we are now focused on producing. And like we talked about, having a mindset to facilitate exponential is crucial. Having people who know what are the intricacies, what are the requirements to become an exponential organization is also very important in this case, for them to realize that they need to further upskill themselves, needing to know how to do decision making in the right process, as well as being purpose driven. If I relate back to one story that I came about, is about a company in the US that is run by a Kurdish immigrant. And when he started, his purpose was very clear. His purpose was to actually make the best yogurt in order to whet his appetite, because he found that the yogurt that was produced in America was not really to his taste. So he started off a company that produced very good yogurt. Today, it is one of the biggest yogurt companies in the world, which is called Chobani. He has got the biggest yogurt processing plant in the world, in fact. So that, when we look at that, it's about marrying the two, right? Marrying purpose as well as the business itself. So that then you can see how much exponential that you can become by having this two at the core of the business. So for this purpose, we have put operational excellence as one of the key things that we must be able to deliver. In this regard, like I said, we are managing our resources better. We are optimizing the resources that we have by repurposing the bio waste that we produced, and also managing our water production better as well. We are very much focused on expanding growth, and in this case, not just about increasing the production of CPO coming from our crops, but also externally, as well as putting in place a structure that allows us to move into downstream. So for this matter, it is about enhancing the presence and the brand proposition that we have. One key element in this proposition to move into downstream is not just to have an agreement or to have a vehicle that is done jointly with a foreign party, but also to put that facility in a different context. So we have come up with a concept talking about an integrated sustainable palm oil complex that is run purely on renewable energy, and it will be on site where there is a smooth transition between the movement of goods or products coming from the mill to the refinery, and eventually any bio-waste that is produced is not just processed into energy, but also processed and produced into other beneficial products such as animal feed, and also for the purpose of other industries as well. And at the core, like I said, is all about putting in technology for this purpose. It's all about how do we digitize, how do we mechanize, and also automate the operations that we have in place. So it's not just looking at the upstream on the estate level, but also moving into the milling processes, as well as ensuring that we know the product characteristics and specifications that we produce. So technology is very crucial for us to ensure that there is very clear identity of the products that we have in order for us to convince our off-takers that we are among the best in terms of the industry presence that is in the plantation sector today. ESG, ladies and gentlemen, is at the core of us. Without sustainability, without ESG, we are not able to command a premium. And we have been paid for that purpose, and that purpose alone, because we have very clear commitments on not just the environment, but also in the social commitments, as well as the governance aspects. These are things that are measured not just by investors, but also by our customers. One key parameter that is already measured on us is our ranking in terms of SPOT, which is the benchmark that is used for determining the ranking of sustainability for a lot of plantation companies. And we have moved from a position of 19 in 2023 to 14 this year. What's more challenging is actually increasing the percentage, the scoring that we have. We have actually increased our scoring by 7% year on year. And that has been quite remarkable, because this also demonstrates our commitment on sustainability and everything else that we are committed to under ESG. And we've also initiated things like planting trees, for that matter, under the program called 1 Million Roots for the Future. As for now, we have got a program that's already planted almost 25,000 trees. Of course, there's about 900,000 left, but we're looking at more people to come in and collaborate with us. We're not doing this just alone, but we're also jointly collaborating with a few agencies as well as companies that actually want to have a commitment on this purpose. We have a very clear policy in terms of how do we enhance the standing of the people that work with us. And in this regard, we work a lot with smallholders that supply crop to us. 30% of the crop that we process today are coming from external parties. And what we have realized is that there is a huge demand for the smallholders to be certified. And at the moment, we have got about 10% of the smallholders' crops that come for processing is already certified. And they have realized that when they actually get certified, they get higher value, not just in terms of money, but also in terms of productivity. And we have seen a very good response rate for this purpose, and they're looking at coming in further to enhance the number of crops that we are already processing that are fully certified. And we're working together with not just the likes of NGOs, but also with communities as well to further develop the sector. And to say the least about governance, I've heard that our staff mentioned today about women in management, women in the boardroom. We're fully committed on that. We've got 30% of our board members are women, 60% independents, and we believe that this actually gives us a more balanced perspective in terms of managing the company. We've got professionals on our board. We got professionals coming from various sectors. If I may say so myself, there are 10 members of the board. Only one person is a planter, and that's not me. Yeah, so I'm not a planter, I have to say that, because otherwise people think I would be able to answer your all palm oil questions and so on. But we believe in terms of balanced representation, and I think in this case it's about bringing different perspectives to the table so that we know what kind of environment that we are facing today in terms of addressing not just investors' requirements but also consumer requirements. Before I further go on, I have to say that at the core of any organization is the people. And in this case, it's not just about developing talent, but it's also being able to give a balance to their lives. So for this purpose, we are very much centered around that. We are not just enhancing the skills of the people that work within an organization. We are also encouraging them to be more innovative, incorporate a lot more shift in terms of the mindset that they have, not just be too specific in the sector that they are in order to face an ever-changing world today. There is proper work and life balance in the work that we do, as well as being part of the community, contributing back to the community. And that is a very, very key element, as what you can see earlier when Najmi was mentioning about how we communicate with the community, how we contribute back to the community. So in that context, it's not just about giving back money, but also giving back contributions in terms of manpower and so on. So ladies and gentlemen, we started off in 1933. We wanted a roadmap to chart for us to have continuity, we have continuous growth and transformation. So we decided that 2033 is the next destination. It's not the final destination, I would say, because 2033, Kulin will be about 100 years old. So for that matter, we're saying that from where we were in 2023 to where we will be in 2033 is about what is the impact that we will have. The impact that we are seeing here is that in the same space and the same place that we are operating today, which is Johor, having only about 60,000 hectares, we want to be a company that will grow by about 3 times. Being able to churn revenue coming from that was around 1 billion in 2023 to about 3 billion in 2033 itself, and eventually having a bottom line of about EBITDA of around slightly under 400 million, that will be more than 1 billion by 2033. So this is about creating sustenance, it is about ensuring that you have continuity and addressing the requirements of the next generation. And this is about changing the game, is how the game is played. Last time around, I've been in the industry for the last almost 20 years. When people talk about growth in the plantation sector, it's always about how do you grow without, you must grow by growing your land bank. Today we're talking about growing without growing land bank. So this in itself is the transformation phase that we are now undertaking. And for this purpose, I would have to say the path of continuous growth has to be paved with transformation. It's not about reaching that destination itself, but embracing the journey for progress for the next generation. Ladies and gentlemen, I hope I have given you some perspective on transformation, and I hope it has been beneficial for you to have heard me for the last few minutes. And thank you very much again. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.
Thank you very much. Ladies and gentlemen, our second plenary session is on business and leadership inspiring the next generation. We are honored to have Dr. Hafsah Hashim, the founder and chairman of Women Leadership Foundation, to lead this session. A little bit on Yang Berbahagia Datuk. Yang Berbahagia Datuk Dr. Hafsah was the Chief Executive Officer of the SME Corporation Malaysia for almost 14 years. Datuk Dr. Hafsah also appointed as the Professor of Practice of the Putra Business School, Adjunct Professor for College of Business Management and Accounting Unit 10, as well as Panel Adjunct Professor Academics and International of Universities Technology Malaysia. Without further ado, please help me to welcome to the stage Dr. Hafsah Hashim. Please welcome.
Bismillahirrahmanirrahim. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Dan selamat pagi. Alhamdulillah. Terima kasih kepada Yayasan Peneraju dengan Jacob jemput saya. Saya orang Johor, macam sirih pulang ke Ganggang. Terima kasih pada Jacob. Once upon a time I was part of Jacob. But thank you for bringing me back to a very, important conversation we have here this morning. Thank you to Cik Najmi, Cik Faris, dan juga Puan Zartur for bringing me be here to share with you some of important components that I thought that I want to share about the topic that we have on business and leadership inspiring the next generation. Don't be intimidated. I got 60 slides. I don't intend to present all. I thought I would just tease you because typically I speak about 3-4 hours. That's a training program. But today, we're just going to have a conversation on what do we do for the next generation. Good job, yeah. Yeah. Next to ke atas, ke bawah, ke down. Okay. So I keep on, yeah. All right. So I want to start with this conversation. As we move into the sphere of what the future lies ahead of us, there are a couple of things that we need to put across, and there's 9 important components that I thought that we need to check on ourselves. If we hear earlier, Cik Faris talk about Johor Plantation, it's about the journey that they went through. I'm going to just go with you the journey that you are going to go through as a future leader, all right? And the first is about the changing world demography. I will take that on board shortly. And that's important for us to recognize. If we know how the demography of the world is changing, you better change in the way we think on what's important for us. Secondly, the world GDP is changing. The top 10 of the world richest countries are no longer those countries. It has already changed in terms of landscape. And thirdly, geopolitical changes. We had before 3 prime ministers in 2 years. But today, as we talk about geopolitical changes, you have got with you an additional challenge, and that's Trump 2.0. It's not just about Malaysia having to deal with 3 prime ministers in 2 years. You got to deal with Trump. You got to deal with China. You got to deal as businesses now 2 supply chains. It's no longer just 2. You got to deal with 3 supply chains. The BRIC economy is coming in very fast and strong. The BRIC economy is moving into having even their own currencies. So you got to deal with China. You got to deal with Trump 2.0, who's going to cut 40% in terms of taxes, who's going to impose 40% additional taxes to products coming from China, right? And you're seeing the strength of Brazil, India, Russia, and of course China. Now, add to that is a dimension of environment. We are all now moving into net zero by 2050. Where's Malaysia? Are we ready? I just came back, I arrived here last night because I just finished in Malacca 3 days of board retreat. And our conversations for 3 days is nothing else but, are we ready for net zero? Right? Also the conversations on technology innovation, lots of it have already been touched by Encik Najmi earlier. I'm going to share with you something that's close to my heart on exponential organization that just is the very core business of Johor Plantation. There's no option, guys. There's no option but to move into exponential growth, right? And you, as leaders, check on your sense of purpose. Why are we doing all this? Is it for us? Never for us. It's for our future generation. And that's what Patek Philippe is all about. What is your Patek Philippe watch says? It's meant for the future generation, not for us. And the next is, as you look into yourself, I want to quickly touch on your empathy and resilience as we talk about your sense and purpose, who you are. And I will never, ever compromise on integrity, ethics, and governance. There are many stories that I can share with you that I showed. I'm in business on this. All right? And of course, for you as a leader, you need to watch out for this lifelong learning. Get attached to Johor Academy, get attached to Jacob, Jacob Academy and Jacob Skills, because it's a never-ending process. Just mentioned by Encik Najmi earlier, learn to unlearn and relearn again. At this ripe age of almost 70, I got to unlearn a lot, offload a lot, because I got to reload something new. Right? Our brain is so small. But how do we manage all this as we ourselves want to be relevant to the future generation? And as we approach these conversations, right, what's happening is the first one, the demography of the world population. Focus your attention to the green one. Now, we are almost maybe 8 billion. 2030, with a blink and an eye, 8.5 billion. Now, what you see here is the green part. That's where the population is going to increase from. When I went to Africa way back in 2022, the intent at that time was to see how did these 3 prime ministers, female prime ministers, was able to become the top 10. So I had conversations with them. I met 3 of them. The Prime Minister of Tunisia, the Prime Minister of Uganda, and the Prime Minister of Namibia. I asked her, I got only 15 minutes to see her. It ended up to be 1 hour. We were so engrossed in conversations. Ma'am, how is it that Namibia is number 6? You're only 1/3 of Malaysia. And you are number 6 in the world. And he told me about Hafsa. In Namibia, we practice the zebra policy. So I said, wow, zebra, black and white? Exactly. It means to say that if my president is a man, my deputy president is a lady. If my prime minister is a lady, my deputy prime minister is a man. And it goes right all the way down to the ministries, down to the public and also private companies. That's the zebra policy. Why? For the very reason that Najmi just mentioned, and also Cik Faris has mentioned. But in Malaysia, do you know that if you actually dismissed gender diversity in your workplace, according to McKinsey report, you are actually pushing away an 8.2% growth in GDP, and that's equivalent to 50 billion US dollars. And that's a hell of a lot of money. And that's the reason why the Women Leadership Foundation was created and formed. We want to make sure that there is equal opportunities, but importantly, that women also plays a role in economic development of the country. And here, for businesses, in future, as you now strategize your exports, as you now strategize your growth do not forget where it's moving into. This is where the population is increasing, and this is where it's all decreasing in red. The One China policy today suffers a lot, right? You see more elderly population, and it needs different needs and wants. So this one, the next millennial, the next Gen Alpha, the next Gen Beta, who's going to be your purchasers. Know your strategy. That's number one. Number two, as we move into this next context of the top 10 by 2030, that has changed. We always thought it was US, but today, look, China is number one. That's why I mentioned about the India is coming in its BRIC. China, US come number 3, but hey, did we think about Indonesia as number 4? We never thought so. It came from nowhere, right? Now you have Turkey. I never thought Turkey would be number 5. And what you see? Number 6, Brazil. Now I'm bringing you to the third dimension of the BRIC economy. Then you have Egypt. Egypt coming on board. Russia, Japan, Germany is number 10. So we wary of what's coming next in this whole entire dimension of the future economy. We can't afford to sleep. We cannot even afford to blink our eye because this has changed. Now, what's common among all this that I'm seeing is one factor. It's the leadership. It's the leadership. What happens to Indonesia last 4 years? Last 6 years? The leadership. What happens to Turkey? Is the leadership. What happens to Brazil? Is the leadership. Russia. So if you have leaders that can see the future of tomorrow, then you will have all this moving towards what you call an exponential growth of the economy. They saw what's changing. They saw what's coming. Are we asleep, Malaysia? Are we asleep? Are we still having a nap? Because this has changed. So we better know what's coming on board, especially if you're in businesses. And if you see the 7 billion people that we are today, right? So where are they? We'll see that majority, the usual people like me and the pension ni, sini, kat sini, in services. The corporate slaves like me, there, right? But what you're saying, most of them, agriculture 1.4 billion because there's lots of land. You've got 800 million industrial jobs. But what you're saying that is increasing is the 400 million entrepreneurs are more than 400 million today. When I started to become the CEO of SME Corp, back then, there was no data in 2006. No data, nothing. 2004, I was a CEO. So how do I do it? I believe in the context that you can't measure, you can't plan. When you can't plan, you can't manage. I need data. And that was why the first ever census on SMEs was done by Malaysia. I didn't know that it was the first in the world. Because after that, we were a much referred to document by the whole world over on entrepreneurship. Because I need to know, I have to plan, I have to manage. Back then, when we did our first census, the SMEs, registered SMEs was just about 500,000. 500,000. And we have a dream, we have a target. We need to push higher. And today, alhamdulillah, you got 1.2 million registered, but the non-registered is still 3 million. Okay? And if they are not registered, you cannot help them to move upwards. You cannot help them to grow because they cannot get access to all the funding by banks, by VCs, by the government. As long as they are not registered, they remain as they are. So that was why we had worked with the Companies Commission of Malaysia, pushing through that it's better for companies to be registered. They pun tak tahu that, if it is less than 500,000, tak payah income tax pun. They were so scared. So all this information need to be told to them. All right, be educated to them so they know what businesses mean. But importantly for you and I, we are now working against 7 different generations. And these 7 generations have got different needs and wants. Forget about the lost generation here. Dah habis dah, sadaqallahul azim. Right? Forget about this. Tok Pak kita, yeah, yesterday was Tun M's 100th birthday. Alhamdulillah. Alright? I'm here. Also going off already. Dah nak masuk isyak dah ni. Alright? But most of you are here, and more of you are going to manage these millennials, this Gen Z, this apa namanya, and today you have got my granddaughter said, Nena, do you know that I am Gen Alpha? And she's 9 years old. I said, wow, you know the Gen Alpha, so what's next coming? Don't you know after Alpha is Beta? Oh, you're telling me after Alpha is Beta. So this is it. You are dealing with this kind of generation, which they have got different needs and wants. These are the generation that you're dealing with. These are generation that don't talk to you, but they use handphone and send you WhatsApp. Also kat sebelah. Just beside you, you're sending WhatsApp. All right? You don't talk. So this is the kind of a generation that we have got to deal that goes into the whole entire context of digitalization, and there's no warmth, there's no conversation, no sembang petang, no teh tarik. You go for teh tarik, also they're all on their handphone. Right? So how do we deal with this? We've got to change. We've got to know what's coming next. Because here is where the next future leaders of the world is coming in from this group. From the millennials, from the Gen X. And the next one, their stakeholders will be the Gen Alpha and the Gen Beta. So, as you all are the future leaders of tomorrow, how do we deal with this? For me, it's simple. We are in an era in which we have to accommodate. We have got to change. We have got to adapt to the changing needs of the citizens, and that is coming in and filled by a lot of more sophisticated, educated people, more aware and politically and technologically savvy population. The other day when I was given a slot to speak at the Arab World Summit, and they wanted me to speak about the halal industry. I thought I'd give some new exciting dimension, because I was the chairman of a blockchain company. I spoke about traceability and blockchain in halal industry. I thought I got them. Until there's one big voice in the audience and said, ma'am, how do you think that the metaverse will overtake blockchain? Damn. I never thought about how metaverse is going to overtake blockchain. At this age that I am, I thought I was, wow, not bad, I know about blockchain, right? So, guys, this will keep on changing. And never think that we are great because there's someone that's greater than us. And as we talk about the future, I take in 3 words. Apa? What's apa? Be aware. You know what's happening around you. You know about the demographic change in population. You know what's happening in terms of technology, innovation, And to be able to do that, I always move into predictive analysis. And that is so important to me. Because with predictive analysis, I know what's the future. I need data. Just like AI, I need data. No data, don't talk to me. Because data is evidence, data pushes through that we make better decisions. And adaptive. We have got to adapt. Some people talk about agility. So I said, apa? As long as you know what's apa, let's move into this video and have a look. Pay your attention to exponential organizations.
The 3% of people that understand better than what it is now. So keep watching. Let's see where we're heading. It's also exciting, right? Siri will recognize your voice even if you're 5 meters away from your phone. That new chatbot feels totally real. Self-driving cars are no longer fiction.
Can I have their
DNA
conversations there instead of the music? Louder.
that drone for the first time, and you're thinking of buying a smart speaker to make your life so much easier. A few years from now, and that's something like 3 years, not 30, artificial intelligence, robotics, machine learning, mass 3D print, biotechnology, chatbots, virtual reality, deep learning, drones, augmented reality, smart objects will all be deeply enrooted in our everyday lives, just like computers, phones, or electricity are for us today. Oh well, is this really gonna happen? And if it does, you'll adapt when the time comes, right? Life is good. You love your job. You've been working for this established company for a few years. You're comfortable in your position. You know what you're good at. People like you, and that last presentation you gave got you some amazing reactions. You're safe with your company. In the meantime, you see an article or two speculating on the future of jobs. McKinsey published a report stating that 45% of all current tasks could be automated with present technology. The World Economic Forum estimates that 33% of jobs in 2020 don't even exist yet. But what do they know, right? You've got time. Oh look, the supermarket just introduced self-cashier machine. You're at the airport checking in luggage. What the heck happened to all the real people at the check-in desk? Gone. Replaced by machines. But it's only the low-skilled jobs, right? Nope. Think again. In 2012, there were 150,000 humans working on Wall Street. 3 years later, automation has cut that number down to 100,000. That's 1/3 gone. But it's only the mathematical and scientific jobs, right? Nope. Think again. This Japanese insurance company, Fukuoka Mutual Life Insurance, is already replacing all its human insurance claim workers with an AI system that will handle customers more efficiently. See these articles? They're written by algorithms, and we can't tell the difference with human written content. And thinking of converting yourself to being an online poker player? Too late. There's an AI that can already beat humans at it. Most journalists, tax consultants, marketeers, technicians, knowledge workers, lawyers, even the person editing this video right now will to some extent have been impacted or automated by technology in a couple of years. And what have you been doing? Probably watching Netflix. And the problem is, the machines don't wait. And the machines, they don't watch Netflix. So what are the forces at play here? Basically, there's 10 million developers out there using increasingly simple and cheap technology to build new products and services. Some as young as 12 are already coding the future. Even that safe company you work for is increasingly under outside threat. And it's not just the Google, Amazon, Facebooks, and Apples of the world that I'm talking about. There are now tens of thousands of startups out there eating away at all sorts of jobs. Now, are they creating many jobs in the process? Let's look at some stats. Travel a bunch of years back to when Kodak ruled the world of photography. They were worth $38 billion and employed 140,000 people. That's approximately $270,000 per employee.
Our people work with pride to make Kodak a creative and innovative company.
Fast forward to recent times, YouTube sold for $1.65 billion with a mere 65 employees. That's $25 million per employee. Instagram, which had 13 employees and was sold for $1 billion. That's $77 million per employee. WhatsApp sold for $19 billion with 55 employees. That's a staggering $345 million per employee. So how is it all possible? Technology has allowed the emergence of what we call exponential organizations. These are exponentially fast-growing companies that leverage technology and require less employees but more tech-savvy ones.
You will find that we are technology optimists. We believe that technology is a major driver of change in the world.
And as software continues to eat up the world, more companies are trying to replicate these exponential companies, hire less people, but grow exponentially through technology. As this happens, job roles are slowly disappearing and being replaced by skill sets. Employers require you to know an ever-growing number of new and ever-changing fundamental skills in order to use the technologies they've implemented. Master the fundamentals and you can master the rest. A digital skills gap is growing for both mid-skill and high-skill level jobs. Before you know it, you've become irrelevant. But wait, what's the doomsday message? There's actually a way to leverage technology before it leverages you. And in fact, it's never been easier to do so. This might sound kind of corny, but it starts with the right state of mind. It starts with having a growth mindset, where you have the desire and the confidence that you can learn anything. Shift your thinking on how these technologies will rattle and mutate, but enrich your work life. Because yes, if you play your cards right, technology will make your work life and your life in general much, much better. The fact is that technology will actually remove boring, repetitive jobs from your way, but only if you understand the fundamentals. And you have no excuse not to do so. How can you stay relevant if you can't talk the lingo? How can you stay relevant if you can't execute? Can you talk tech? Can you talk APIs? Can you talk code? Can you talk data? While slow educational institutions are struggling to keep up, that's not an excuse. Train yourself. Take your education in your own hands. Learn to code. Learn about behavioral psychology, automation tools, playing with data, user experiences. Be curious. And if you're an employer, train your people. Online and offline courses have never been more readily available or rich in content. It's time to build something. Your greatest credential in this new era is your output of stuff. Proof of your awesomeness. A website, a blog, a prototype, a simple data model. It's time to build cool stuff and showcase it. It's time to start learning. It's time to get shit done. It's time for your growth.
It's time for your growth. Now, that video is 2018, as you see the numbers. That was the last year in my involvement in the Women Economic Forum. And that video is still relevant. If you didn't recognize some of those things that was mentioned, is about whether you're relevant. You mentioned about exponential growth. It mentioned, and Salim was with me when I spoke at the Arab World Summit. So these are some of the things that the conversations that's happening today. And this video is still relevant because a lot of Malaysians are still not knowing what's happening around them. Apa, not aware. Not being able to move into being predictive because they don't have enough data. And they're not able to move into what you call these conversations of when technology disrupts. It has disrupted the whole thing. You saw how Kodak and things like that has all disrupted everything. But what's important about this disruption, right? If you move into this, the law of digital disruption, the technology change is an exponential growth here. Look at social change, business change, and political change. It's organic. So that's where, for businesses, you do not have an option but to move into this disruptive technology because it's so exponential, the growth. Before you become irrelevant, you better know what to do next. And as we move into these conversations, what I saw, the survey that was done on the C-suite executives, 72% that said that they are giving more attention to technology and innovation as compared to before. You go to classes and they say that market, right? But they have changed entirely into the context of the focus we're giving into. And also, you see that regulatory change also have come third. But what's important is how does this whole entire context of disruptive technology affects businesses? What we saw is that number one is the retail sector, 57%. And then it moves on to hotel, internet, convenience store, manufacturing, and things like that. And how this affects the whole entire context of livability of people is that a truly disruptive technology not only changes the way that people think, but the way we all operate. We now operate things differently, all right? It's so disruptive that we, especially myself, all right, the baby boomers, we are forced to change in the way we now move into navigating things. Now, all of you know this. These are the 12 disruptive technologies that you got to be aware of, and you just saw the conversations that was brought by Johor Plantation. I can see that Johor Plantation is moving into this, what do you call it, journey of disruptive technologies, the AI, the renewables, very nice. I hear some conversations there, move into automation of knowledge work, IoT, robotics and others. But I think what's important as we talk about the changes in technology, as we move into future leadership, is recognition of this. And I saw Johor Plantation is now moving into renewables. But hey, 88% today we're still dealing in the usual oil and gas. And only 12% is moving into renewable energy. And that's why my conversation always said we move into, are we able to achieve net zero by 2050? We have a lot of work to do. All right? We talk about in the financials, we talk about insurance, we talk about the whole entire context of the supply chain. They have got to move into that direction. I was in Sarawak recently and I saw the first ever hydrogen bus. Johor ada tak? Kiasu. Johor ada hydrogen bus? Belum kan? Sarawak dah ada hydrogen bus. All right? So this is the next that's coming in as you move into whether hydrogen is an option for Johor to consider, because by 2035, what you're seeing is that the production of hydrogen will come from surplus electricity that compete with natural gas, that we have today. Now, if you saw that video, right, we talk about are you still relevant? Look at these conversations. Netflix did not kill the blockbuster. It's the fees that killed it. Uber did not kill the taxi business, right? Because the access to having services of taxis killed it. Apple did not kill music industry. You pakai the LP dulu, right? But buying full length albums did. Amazon did not kill retailers. The poor customer service, because kita nak cepat, kita nakkan door to door. So the poor customer service and experience did it, right? And Airbnb didn't kill the hotel industry, but limited availability on options killed it. So what really is happening here? What's happening here is the fact that technology by itself is not the disruptor. It's not the disruptor, I repeat. Not being customer-centric is the biggest threat to any business. And that we have to recognize, because as we move into this world of sophistication, what you're seeing is that the smart get smarter. The fast get furious. And in business, of retail especially, where personalization gets perfected. And that's why you have to recognize the fact that some of them said, like for example, Bill Gates, I'm not selling computers, right? I'm selling solutions. So you have to recognize that. And as we move into this conversation, what you as young leaders should be able to ask yourself is that, what shall we do today in order to get ready for tomorrow? Do we just sit down and relax and watch the world go by? Do we not think that we are still relevant in space? Or we now will roll up our sleeves and do something? And it's all about you as a leader. Because as a leader, you now define that authentic, transformative energy into yourself as you add value to others, because you now want to change Malaysia. You now want to change Malaysia's ranking in the top 10 countries of the world, for example. Back then when I was still in office, I was given a KPI I want to share with you. So what was my KPI? My KPI is that, at that time, the World Business Competitive Report ranks Malaysia number 18. And my KPI given by the then Prime Minister said, Hafsa, you're supposed to bring it down to top 10. Wow, what do I do? And part of the component of the World Business Competitive Report is ease of doing business. As I look into the detailed components of what they measure on ease of doing business, it includes things like, how long does it take for you to register your companies as a startup? How long does you take for business licenses, blah, 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 blah. So the first that we did was to move from 120 days. Did you all live into that era of you have to register your companies take you 120 days? None. You all are, you already into that you can register companies in 24 hours, is it? Well, once upon a time, it took 120 days to register a company. So that became a priority for me back then, to bring it down to 24 hours. Why 24 hours? Because the chairman then, which is the chief secretary to the government, asked me, what's the best in the world? So I said, the best in the world is Canada, 24 hours, Australia, 24 hours. I want 24 hours. Senang dia cakap, I want 24 hours, right? So we then had conversations with the Companies Commission of Malaysia CEO, and this conversation moves into, we want 24 hours. So she came back 3 months later and said, we did it. From 120 days, we brought it down to 30 days. We didn't ask for 30 days. We said 24 hours. She said, okay, let me come back, work on it again. And she excitedly come back after about 3 weeks. And said, oh, we brought it in from 30 days to 7 days. We didn't say 7 days. We said 24 hours, 1 day. 1 day, yeah, okay. And she came back again. So after 4 months, she did it. All right, she did it and came 24 hours. Next is for us to do in the ease of doing business, we then challenge the rest. And you all are now the recipients of it. Immigration. If Companies Commission of Malaysia can do it from 120 days to 24 hours, we now want you to do passports renewal in 24 hours. And it moves on and on to JPJ, da. So you can see all those moving 24 hours, and the next was to the UTC. So that was the result of the ease of doing business KPIs and moving our ranking from 18th position to top 10 back then. All right? It brings into a leader that is brave and bold enough to be transformative. And you today will be part of that conversation. Because if we talk about transformational leaders, I just mentioned about transformative agencies or organizations, it's about you who makes it happen. It's about you must have strong relationship. You have got to have that influence on others, right? That others will listen to you. It's about you bringing into enthusiasm and being into the whole entire conversation. It's about how you encourage learning and stimulate creativity. And as you move into that space, it's about how you are able to reduce unemployability. Now, as we speak about this transformative journey, before you lead others, remember this, you got to lead yourself first. Because if you don't lead yourself, how are you going to lead others? And that's so important, right? When you lead yourself first, it's about, you have your own vision, it's about yourself for purpose, and I move into authenticity. Is it authentic? And I speak about authentic, it goes into sincerity. And sincerity is a difficult word. It's a very difficult word. I dah bagi 10 sen tau. Ingat I bagi 10 sen. Sincere ke tak sincere? Ngungkit dah tu. Right? So, it's about the whole entire context of, when you're authentic, you lead the change because you know the way. You've got a destination to go, and you have a journey and a path for you to plan for that journey. Right? And once you've done that, and you have a vision that you inspire and align with the context of what you want to do with the mission, barulah you can grow others through creativity, right? Only then can you become transformative, because they see you as an example for you to chart the journey, move into that path together with you. Because in authentic leadership, it's about not just you alone, but you and your team. And as we discuss about sense of purpose and authenticity, a lot of us sometimes forget why you are here today. Cik Najmi just ask you, paksa rela ke? Asa kena paksa tak? Why are you today? Why are you here today? Are you here today because you want to learn something? Are you here today because you want to be better leaders of tomorrow? Are you here today because bos suruh datang? Right? So check. Because that goes into, if you're not sincere, where you are here today, you just want to sit and warm your seat and off you go and have a meal and back. You don't learn anything. But if you're here today, because you got a sense of purpose, I want to become a better leader out of this conversation, and I'm going to make the change for myself and for my organization, you got to bring back 10, 20, 30 new things that you learned today. All right? So better check your sense of purpose before we move to the next conversation, because Bill George said that authentic leaders have a deep sense of purpose of what they want to do, how they're going to drive it through, and most important that I mentioned today, I do not compromise on integrity. Because that brings the whole entire basic fundamentals of you as a leader. And that moves into the whole conversations of authenticity. And as you move to this context, or whether you are authentic or not, check whether you're true to yourself. You have got to be true yourself first before you can lead others. Nawaitu, bukan nawaitu Somaradin. Bukan bulan Ramadan lagi. Nawaitu you apa as a leader? Right? And secondly is that you got to maintain strict coherence between what you feel and what you do and what you say. Jangan cakap tak serupa bikin. Yeah, I hold integrity, tapi kasi jam Rolex. Thank you so much. No. Right? So you better do what you feel that ought to be done. And thirdly is that you must make value-based choices, and that's difficult. It's so difficult for everyone to make a value-based choices because sometimes you are being constrained into different contexts of insufficient data, emotional, context that you're moving into your favor someone. So make sure that you move into these conversations as you want to become authentic. Because authentic leadership is really about Your self-awareness, that is from your heart. It's from your heart. It comes from within you. Sebab tu you got to understand the sense of purpose why you're here. The sense of purpose why you become a leader. Why are you appointed as a leader? Itu adalah satu amanah. Al-amin, amanah. Alright? So please, I had conversations before I want to share with you with 350 wanita UMNO ladies before the PRU 14. Anyone here? Political parties? So they wanted me to talk about leadership. They wanted to see young politicians coming up. So I said, kenapa sibuk dan jadi yang berhormat? Alright? Saya minta semua yang berhormat dalam bilik ni angkat tangan. Wah, semua ikut saya angkat tangan. Angkat tangan yang berhormat, angkat tangan. Letak tangan yang berhormat dekat bahu belah kanan. So they follow me. Ikut saya. Tanggung jawab, I said. Dia pun ikutlah, 350. Berderang satu dewan. Tanggung jawab. Boleh yang berhormat bertanggungjawab terhadap apa yang telah dipilih oleh konstituen yang berhormat, saya cakap. Sebab mereka mengamanahkan yang berhormat untuk menjalankan tanggungjawab. Nak jawab pada siapa? Saya tanya. So nowadays, if I meet them along the streets, I saw someone at the pavilion the other day. From far, she would say, "Tok!" I said, "Oh yeah, tanggungjawab." I said, "Oh okay." You must have come from my programs. I said, my graduate. Faham pun tanggungjawab, right? It's not easy. I think in English it doesn't sound very nice lah, responsibility, right? In Malay better lah, tanggungjawab macam tu. Boleh jawab? Boleh jawab ke tidak? For the amanah that's been given onto us, right? Boleh tak kita jawab? Berani tak kita jawab apa yang kita lakukan? Right? So with that, for me, it's about the whole entire context is that look at yourself. When you lead with purpose and you have got a passion for it. It's not something that's a task on you. You enjoy it. You saw the enjoyment in Najmi when he gives his speech. You saw just now Cik Faris when he gave his speech, how he transformed the whole entire context of Johor Plantation. I'm seeing leaders here that I like. And I got hope for a brighter tomorrow for Johor. Right? So that's how it is. Because I can see that coming in from the heart is compassion. Relationships, as I mentioned, because you have to have relationships. You cannot walk alone. It's not like Liverpool, you walk alone. Right? Never walk alone. Anyone Liverpool fan kat sini? All right. And then, of course, look at your own values and behavior and also your discipline. For me, as we move into between traditional and authentic leadership, it's all about leading with purpose. Dulu Idris Jala selalu KPIs from Idris Jala. I've got to report to him. All right. So now, what's my purpose here as a leader? All right. Dulu ada selfish agenda. I've got my own values. I've got my principles, and I know what to drive, and how I want to empower my team. It's not me alone. It's about leading with heart. Dulu ego baling file. Zaman dulu kena baling file. All right. With accumulating transactions today, you cultivate long-term relationships and you lead by demonstrating excellence. What do you call it? True self-discipline. Now, this is for you, a homework for you. At least if you go back, something that I want you to do. Remember, harimau mati meninggalkan belang, manusia mati meninggalkan nama. Nama apa, image apa yang nak kita tinggalkan? Rethink your image. Rethink your image. Jangan tinggalkan image yang kita pakai baju oranye. Think what your children and your family wants to be proud of you. Think, Najmi ni orangnya macam mana? Contoh, think macam Tun M yesterday celebrated his 100th birthday. Look at him, his image, his brand, right? So look at yourself. What is the image that you want to think of yourself? Increase your self-awareness. Know who you are. When you lead yourself, you have got to know your weaknesses and your strength. Develop your weaknesses to become your strength. All right? Move into how you access your values, likes, and dislikes. Sometimes you don't even know some things that you don't like. Right? Take action, but get support. Make sure that you work in a team. It's not about yourself. And work on effective communication. And I just mentioned to this about the human heart. Now, as we look into this, types of leadership, it is important to recognize that in authentic leadership, the source of power is internalized from yourself, from your own self-esteem to be better and also sacrificial services to others, because that moves into a lot of servant leadership. I want to just go through to you that in this whole entire context, if you speak about you yourself as leader, an authentic leader, it definitely will move into better performance of productivity and organizational performance, and that moves into this whole entire context of high performance team that you are about to create. Now, what's important in this context of high performance team is that you have got a goal, you have a cohesive team, and you build into it the whole entire context of it's all about us together. An authentic leader doesn't work alone. He works in a team, and he gets his team to become what you call the winning high-performance team. If it's a training program, I would have deliberated more on all of this. But it's important for you to recognize a boss and a leader, right? Now, I told JPA, because JPA, for the past 2 years, I've been conducting courses for the JUSA people for JPA. I told JPA, bosses command and assign task discipline. Command. Mengarah. I cakap kat JPA, buangkan perkataan pengarah. Dia mengarah aja. We don't want you to just mengarah, right? Because leaders influence, inspire, mentor, and delegate authority. Leaders work together with the team. Dia bukan mengarah sahaja. Can we just watch this video? Video tadi tu pasal bosses and leaders. Yeah, this one. It's on internet, dia YouTube. Boleh tak boleh? Okay, tak boleh I skip? You just go to the red dot tengah-tengah tu, tak boleh? Alright, tak boleh tak apa. I owe you a video which I'll send to you. But what's important here, that video wants to show, okay, that great leaders find ways to connect with their people and help them fulfill their potential. And that's important. I repeat and I repeat and I repeat again. It's not about you or yourself, it's about how you work together with your people. And that was what that video was trying to do, to show to you. Now, what did Simon Sinek say? The boss has a title, Ketua Pengarah, contoh, right? But the leader has a people. You are not a leader if others don't follow you. Jangan shock jalan depan seorang, belakang tak ada orang. Alright? So remember that. Remember that titles, kejap aja title. Because what you see that in this whole entire context of leadership, as you become a great leader, is all about going into people. That's most important, and that was what people communications is so very the core of the whole entire conversations. It's about being strategic. You know how to plan the whole entire conversations as you lead, and also that business leadership component. I'm just going very fast. And this video, I hope you can put it on, please.
There was a former Undersecretary of Defense who was invited to give a speech at a large conference, about 1,000 people. And he was standing on the stage with his cup of coffee and a styrofoam cup, giving his prepared remarks with his PowerPoint behind him. And he took a sip of his coffee and he smiled and he looked down at the coffee, and then he went off script and he said, you know, last year I spoke at this exact same conference. Last year I was still the Undersecretary, and when I spoke here last year they flew me here business class, and when I arrived at the airport there was somebody waiting for me to take me to my hotel. And they took me to my hotel and they had already checked me in, and they just took me up to my room. And the next morning I came downstairs and there was someone waiting in the lobby to greet me, and they drove me to this here same venue. They took me through the back entrance and took me into the green room and handed me a cup of coffee in a beautiful ceramic cup. He says, I'm no longer the Undersecretary. I flew here coach. I took a taxi to my hotel and I checked myself in. When I came down the lobby this morning, I took another taxi to this venue. I came in the front door and found my way backstage, and when I asked someone, "Do you have any coffee?" he pointed to the coffee machine in the corner, and I poured myself a cup of coffee into this here styrofoam cup. He says the lesson is, the ceramic cup was never meant for me. It was meant for the position I held. I deserve a styrofoam cup. Remember this. As you gain fame, as you gain fortune, as you gain position and seniority, people will treat you better. They will hold doors open for you. They will get you a cup of tea and coffee without you even asking. They will call you sir and ma'am, and they will give you stuff. None of that stuff is meant for you. That stuff is meant for the position you hold. It is meant for the level that you have achieved of leader or success or whatever you want to call it. But you will always deserve a styrofoam cup. Remember that. Remember that lesson of humility and gratitude. You can accept all the free stuff. You can accept all the perks. Absolutely, you can enjoy them. But just be grateful for them and know that they're not for you. I remember getting off the Acela. I took the Acela from New York to Washington, D.C., and I got off the train like everybody else, and I was walking down the platform like everyone else, and I walked past General Nordy Schwartz, who used to be the Chief of Staff of the United States Air Force, the head of the Air Force. And here I did, you see a guy in a suit schlepping his own suitcase down the platform just like me. And just a couple months ago, he was flying on private jets and he had an entourage, and other people carried his luggage. But he no longer held the position, and so now he got to drag his own suitcase. And never did it sort of remind me more that none of us deserve the perks that we get. We all deserve a styrofoam cup.
Indeed, I can relate to that story very, very well. When I was in Oxford before, I was being flown by private jet by Airbus, right? Because I was still in office. But today, believe me, Airbus don't recognize me anymore, right? Once upon a time, I need to get to Perak early morning for a 9 o'clock meeting with the Menteri Besar of Perak. I told my driver we have to leave by about 6:30, say about 2 hours ride to Perak. Now, on the way, I saw my driver was moving, in a different, not to say different direction, but I could very well see that he's very sleepy. So the car was not moving in the right manner that it should. So I tapped on his back, and I said, "Can you stop there in front?" And he says, "No, you want to go to the toilet?" I said, "No, just stop in front. There's no R&R there, another 5 miles. Stop in front." So he stopped his car, and then I got up of the car. I went to his seat, opened his door. I said, "Can you get out? And you sit beside me." And he asked me, "Are you going to drive?" "Yes, I'm going to drive." As I was driving, I had conversations with him. I now understand why he was so sleepy, because of the fact that he had to wake up at 3 o'clock in the morning, and it was his turn to actually feed the baby. All right? Dia ada timetable dia lah. Not knowing that he has got to leave his house at 5 and drive me by 6 o'clock, arrive my house, and then drive me off to Perak. But as we moved and arrived, as I arrived Perak, I think the toll is what? Simpang, what? Anyway, I think it's Ipoh Selatan. We passed Ipoh Selatan punya toll. I stopped the car. Now, why did I stop the car and ask him to drive? It's not because I'm arrogant. It's because as I was driving, I am having these conversations in my head. What if I arrive at Pejabat Menteri Besar and his friends saw me driving the car and he seated beside me? Wish ada skandal dia boleh. Right? And I was just trying to protect him. Jaga aib muka dia. This is about relationships, I want to tell you. Right? So that he doesn't have to explain to his friends, why am I driving the car and not him? Here is all about conversations on humility. In actual fact, we only deserve a styrofoam cup, not the ceramic cup. So as you being humble in your leadership. You have got to understand, as you move up the organization, that is only temporary. That is only temporary until the day that you now retire or you resign. You are now back to your own self. So yes, make sure that you understand how the game is being played. But as you move into understanding this compassion and the need to do, remember this, great leaders don't tell you what to do, they show you how it's done. They coach you, they mentor you, they influence you, they inspire you. And that's what leader does. Bosses don't do that. Bosses just want to get it done. All right? So that's how we move into you as the future leader, because it's not forever. It's just temporary. And as we move into this conversation, I want to quickly just move into accountable leadership. I just talked about bertanggungjawab. I want to move very fast, because this move into what the accountable behavior is all about. It's about you taking ownership of all your actions. It's about the, you have to, leaders think that we, it's not I, it's about constructive feedback. This whole entire conversations of accountable leadership. I wish I've got 4 hours with you, but I don't, right? It's about how you make into creating high performance team through you being accountable, and they trust you and they respect you, because accountability is at all levels. And it's very critical that leadership starts at the top. Sebab itu orang kata the tone is set at the top. But at every level of the organization, they must be accountable for their behaviors, and they must answer for all the decisions that they're making. Okay? Yeah, and again, you know about ethics and governance, and something which I repeat for the 3rd time today, I don't compromise. I've got many stories on that that I can share with you. But importantly, as future leaders, as you move into this next generation leadership, you must set a good example. Lead by setting example, Tone M 1.0, right? Leadership by example. Seek out change, not fame. Understand that. Not because you want to be popular. When you want to change something, you want to move your organization to become exponential, it's because you got to get it done. There's no option today. It's not because you want to be famous, right? That's where you understand your sense of purpose. Focus on the essence of being a leader. Why are you a leader? Why are you being put there? Like today, you have got a mission to do. You're not just put there because you want to earn high salary. And understand your mission and understand the game plan, how you're going to lead your organization. Place values at the heart of every action. You have to have every part of your action, every part of your decision, there must be value given to it. There must be outcomes that happens to it. All right? Nurture the next generation of leaders. I always must move into succession plan. There has got to be succession plan. Otherwise, it's all about yourself. Bila you tak ada dah, habis, kaput. Alright? If you think about the future, make sure that you mentor your next successor. You coach your next successor. Alright? Embrace vulnerability, adversity. This is about VUCA, and you all know about VUCA leadership. Cultivate diversity, that's important. Alright? Because for me, on all the boards I'm on, I always push for diversity, because it brings in different ideas, different contexts, different perspectives in the discussion. And then harness ambiguity and uncertainty, again about VUCA. Now what's important is, for you, as you move into this game plan, as you move forward, all these important components, aging workforce, rising public expectations, mobility, blah, 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 requires you to move into checking on your organization that must be lean. It has got to be highly productive. Right? It's all about the digital game plan. We saw how relevant you are. But if you still want to push into a high manpower, you're going for a wrong thing. Right? Check on the lean organization. Check on the agility of it. It's important that it must be agile to move into different perspectives and be able to get into different ideas. Be connected always, always, and make sure that you always remain relevant. Because if you're not connected, habis, kaput. Be transparent. Whatever decision that you make, be made known that those decisions, the whole entire organization understand why those decisions are being made. all right? And innovative is something that you should not, it's not an option anymore. And these three emerging competencies of future leaders, I think we talk about branding yourself, about rethinking your image. Look into your leadership mode, all right? How your leadership mode is able to influence others. You have to be an effective communicator. I'm going to share with you shortly a video on effective communication. All right? And learning and development. Learn, again, I want to repeat what Cik Najmi mentioned. Learn to unlearn and relearn again. All right? Offload and then upload again. And also make sure that you understand about talent between roles and visibility. For me as Muslims, I believe in the principle that we can only rise because we lift others. If we don't lift others, we don't rise. And I always believe in this principle of Rasulullah sallallahu alaihi wasallam. Sometimes we see our children pergi sekolah, sidik amanah, tablik fatanah. Oh, macam gitu siap. Tapi habuk pun tak tahu. It's so important that they understand the concepts of it. And it's so simple because siddiq is honesty. If you're not honest, how are you going to lead? You're not transparent, right? So honesty is something that you have to uphold. And what is amanah is trust and integrity. And this is what the basic principles of leadership are. But what's important for us also is tablik. Tablik tu bukan yang pakai tablik tu yang nak pergi juga mahu agama, tidak. What I'm doing today, I'm sharing with you, is tablik. It's about delivery and performance. And also intellectual and knowledgeable. Fatanah is always, again, I'm sorry, it's ad nauseam. Unlearn and learn, unlearn and learn, and relearn. It's about the knowledge. The knowledge that you have. You don't have knowledge, you cannot talk, you cannot speak. Right? So this is a very important basic concept that we've got to uphold. And for me, again as Muslims, it's all about the nawaitu. Nawaitu, that we do things in the name of Allah. Because if we do the names of Allah, then everything gets being facilitated by Him. Dipermudahkannya as we do for the right intention. And as we speak about the power of words, let's watch this. It's about effective communication and how you communicate with your team.
What? All you all think smoking kills? Let me tell you something. Do you know that the amount of people dying from diabetes are 3 times as many people dying from smoking? Yet if I pulled a Snicker bar, nobody will say anything. Do you know that the leading cause of lung cancer is not actually a cigarette? It's your DNA. You could smoke for years and nothing will ever happen to you. This whole war against smoking is just to restrict the farming of tobacco. Mr. Council Chair, fellow Toastmasters and guests, I use these arguments, even though I just made them up, with a group of my friends, and the results, 5 of them believed what I said. 2 of them started smoking. Words, when said and articulated in the right way, can change someone's mind. They can alter someone's belief. You have the power to bring someone from the slums of life and make a successful person out of them, or destroy someone's happiness using only your words. Does that seem a bit too good to be true? A simple choice of word can make a difference between someone accepting or denying your message. You can have a very beautiful thing to say, but say it in the wrong words and it's gone. I have a son who's 4, and he had this bad habit of writing on the walls with crayons. And one evening I walked into his room and he's going at it, just writing and drawing and so on, and I said, hey. Are you stupid? Don't you ever do that again. And guess what happened? He did it again. Nobody likes to be threatened. Nobody likes to be intimidated. His pride would not allow it. He did it again just to spite me. A week later, I walked into his room, and again, he's going at it. And this time, he was even looking at me just... I came down and I said, sweetie, come here. Don't do that. You're a big boy now. And he never did it again. Because his pride wants him to be the big boy. Have you ever wondered why nobody cares about global warming, even though it's a very serious issue? It could kill all of us. Because when you go home and you flip on the TV and you see a scientist trying to talk about global warming, it goes something like this. Ladies and gentlemen, as you can see from the graphs here, the statistics for 2014, it shows the water level is rising. This table shows that the monodioxide level in the third ozone layer is in a very alarming position. The message never get across. But most importantly, if you are a person who's a role model, if you're a person who's been admired, anything you say could be believed. Anything you utter could be taken as truth. My friend Nasser, he loved his father, idealized his father. He would do anything to make him happy. But his father was the kind of person who's not easy to impress. And year after year, Nasser tried, and his father was like, yeah. First year in college, Nasser got straight A's. And he thought to himself, this is it. This what will finally make my dad proud. He picked up the phone. He called his dad. Dad, I got straight A's. Are you proud? Please tell me you're proud, Father. Yeah, listen, son, I'll have to call you back. I'm busy. I'm busy was the single sentence that broke the camel's back. And he started drinking, doing drugs, hanging out with the wrong crowd. Nasser, why? Why are you throwing your life away? If the one person in the world that I care about the most doesn't care, then why should I? And one evening I got the phone call. Nasser's in the emergency room, drug overdose. I rushed to that hospital. I saw him on that bed, and I saw that machine go beep, beep, beep. And I saw doctors try to bring him back to life. Clear! 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 It's clear that a single word could have saved this life. Words have power. Words are power. Words could be your power. You can change a life, inspire a nation, and make this world a beautiful place. Isn't that what we all wanted? Isn't that why we are all in this hall? Your mouth can spit venom, or it can mend a broken soul. Ladies and gentlemen, let that be our goal.
You see, as you check on your leadership, as you become a leader in your organization, you do not want to be the image of an arrogant leader. You don't want to have that image of sombong, bongkak. But you want to have an image of you have the humility, you're humble enough to come down and work with a team. You want to be that leader who inspire others. You want to be the leader that bring out others, the best of others do. And that's what this whole effective communication is all about. And for me, this guy, I'm not sure whether some of you know this guy, you're maybe too young, but he was before a broadcaster, a newscaster at TV3. And whenever he ends his, his news, he always have got something to say, to share with all of us. And this one resonates with me very well then and until today. What he said was, menegur jangan sampai menghina. You don't have to actually hurt others as you tell them what to do and guide them. Mendidik jangan sampai mengherdik. As you try to educate them, you don't have to shout and scream and tengking, for that matter, in Malay, right? Meminta jangan sampai memaksa. You don't have to do that, right? You don't have to harass people. Memberi jangan sampai mengungkit. Tadilah jangan nak mengungkit, bagi seposen pun, tapi nak mengungkit, right? Biarlah kita jadi permata yang tetap bersinar walaupun dalam debu. Now, importantly, walaupun dalam debu, in the midst of the fog, for example, we want to see that you shine as a leader, as you inspire others, as you train others, you coach others. You are that leader, that transformative, that agile leader, adaptive leader, a future leader that we hope that we will get for future Malaysia. In all these contexts, I hold on to this. It's about trust. It's about how others trust you as a leader. And you have worked so hard to get that promotion, to be right up there, to become the best of the best, creme de la creme of the organization. Take many years for you to rise up. Remember, out of the 99 right things that you do, it just take one thing to break that trust. Take seconds to break and forever to repair. And for that, I wish you all the very best. I hope to see the future leaders of Johor become the future leaders of Malaysia and bring Malaysia right into the rank of the top 10. I thank you.
Thank you, Yang Berbahagia Datuk, for the inspiring and insightful session. Ladies and gentlemen, today's collaborations between Yayasan Peneraju, Johor Corporation and Cerebrum is poised to be a landmark event that will empower a new generation of leaders and entrepreneurs. This collaboration will be a continuing effort as to further through strategic discussion, practical workshop, and networking session in future between the parties. Ladies and gentlemen, next in our agenda, we have a panel discussion. But before that, we shall now take a moment to pause and recharge the simple pleasure of a good coffee. We shall take a 10 minutes break and we will reconvene here back at 11:40 for our panel discussion session. So with that, enjoy your coffee and we will see you soon. Thank you. Ladies and gentlemen, we would like everyone to be seated. Ladies and gentlemen, welcome back. We will now move on to our panel discussion session on effective strategies for scaling businesses and leading teams. This discussion will be joined by three renowned figures in Malaysia. First, we have Miss Christy Ng, the founder and CEO of Christy Ng Shoes. She expanded from online business to 12 physical stores in Malaysia. Second, we have with us Mr. Richard Kerr, founder and chief storyteller at RK Digital. Richard, technologist, content creator, entrepreneur, and business influencer. And last but not least, we have with us Mr. Aaron Sharma, general partner at Scale Up Malaysia, an experienced entrepreneur from the online travel industry who is now helping other startups raise their games. And this session will be moderated by a very good friend of mine, Mr. Arif Akmal Sarudin, head of project management CEO office at FarmBite. Let's welcome our panelists and moderator. The floor is yours. Please welcome.
Thank you, Mr. Dawood. Let's have a seat, ladies, gents. Okay, let's get started. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh, and a very good morning, everyone, and welcome to the session of effective strategies for scaling businesses and leading teams. I'm Arif. A little bit about myself. I'll be moderating the session today, and I am from FarmBite, a J-Corp company that is leading a new innovative era in agri-food. I'm thrilled to be here today, and scaling exponentially and leading evolving teams are the core of what we do at FarmBite. These teams resonate deeply with me, and I'm sure that we are all eager to hear about it from the panelists. To give a bit of context and roadmap about the 30-minute session that we are going to have, we'll start off with a quick fire icebreaker to get our panels warmed up. We have coffee for Christy here. And next we have our first session where we are going to talk about scaling strategies to understand from the panels on how to grow businesses sustainably in Malaysia's unique ecosystem. The second part is on leading teams, where we want to understand the role of leadership in driving scalability and how it drives growth. Finally, we'll have a quick Q&A. I'm sure there's burning questions from the ground to ask to the panels, and it will be answered. So now, Let's introduce the panels. To my left is Aaron Sarma, a key figure in Malaysia's startup scene and general partner at Scale Up Malaysia. Aaron's mission is to accelerate the growth of promising startups, drawing from his experience of serial entrepreneur and investor. As a founder of Trustly, a tech startup that is acquired by Asia, he's demonstrated how to scale businesses from concept, execution to acquisition, with passion for empowering entrepreneurs and deep insights into scaling strategies. Aaron brings invaluable expertise for today's discussion. Thank you, Aaron, for coming. Next, we have the stunning Christy Ng. As everyone knows, I'm sure, to be the founder and CEO of Christy Ng, a brand known for style, quality, and affordability. Starting from humble beginning, Christy transformed her fashion to design into globally recognized brand, now offering footwear, bags, and many more. Ranked among Malaysia's top 12 e-commerce fashion sites with 12 physical stores and serving over 30 countries, her journey is a testament to resilience and vision. I'm excited to hear her insights in scaling and leading teams. And finally, we have in the middle, Richard Kerr, Chief Storyteller and founder of Richard Kerr Digital. Richard specializes in crafting powerful narratives that helps businesses connect with their audiences and amplify their impact during growth phases, combining digital marketing expertise with a talent for turning ideas into compelling stories. He guided numerous companies to expand their reach, and today he'll shed some light on how storytelling and personal branding play crucial roles in scaling businesses, leading authentically, and as he always say, creating that emotional connection with customers. Okay, everyone ready? Great, let's get started. So, the first icebreaker session. This is meant to be a bit of a quick session. I guess I will start with Aaron. So Aaron, what is your must-do morning routine and why you do it?
Oh, my must-do. Good morning, everybody. It's great to be with you. My must-do morning routine that I've started, actually, this started in the pandemic, is I got to get some exercise in the morning. So this morning, I had the pleasure of running around Forest City, and it was really fun, actually. Beautiful area, and I do it because I'm getting old, and you got to make sure you stay healthy as you get older, and making sure you can enjoy the next 50 years in a much more happy pace. Yeah.
Great. Yeah, it gets the juices flowing, right?
Exactly.
So, Christy, what is the must-have inside your handbag, other than your phone, of course, and why you have it?
It's my power bank, so that I can make sure that my phone is always charged.
Okay, thank you. And lastly, Richard, what is that one app on your phone that you cannot live without, and why?
That would be the Twitter app, or X you call it today, because that's where you get all the toxic news first. Right.
Okay, great insight and laughs. And now let's jump into the first part of the discussion. So scaling up business is one of the most exciting yet challenging phases for any businesses. Let's hear from our panelists on how they've approached this pivotal process. I would like to start with Christy first. And Christy and I actually go way back. Right, Christy? Back in 2017, through my wife, that is. So, well, actually, my wife told me that she's in the crowd somewhere, that her wedding shoot is from Christy Ng back in 2017, and it's one of Christy's first office shop that is located in Jaya 1. So from having that first location, and now you have around 12, right? 12 locations. Your business has grown tremendously and is positioned as a homegrown success story. What can you share about your growth journey and the lessons for you in scaling Christy Ng in both brand and a business?
I think skill is very important. When I say it's very important, it means that you got to think about scaling beyond Malaysia as well. We have got a 30 million population, which I think is excellent. But if you really want to be, I mean, you want to grow further, it has to be, the scaling has to be done cross-border as well. So I think that's the beauty about the business that I run. It's e-commerce first, retail second. We didn't have any intention to do retail in the initial stage. But as we grew, we realized that being omni-channel is super important. It's all part and parcel about growing a brand, having more touch points for the consumers. And we also see a correlation with the number of stores we have, with each additional store we open, provided it is in a good mall, or a good location, an A-grade mall. We also see an increase in our e-commerce numbers. So there is a direct correlation. With every store we open, we see an overall increase. And I think e-commerce is so wonderful. I didn't have a crystal ball back then in 2012 when I started, which couldn't foresee the pandemic. I did e-commerce because I did not have any capital to start my business. I started this with just 10,000 ringgit. In my living room. That was all the capital I have. And building a website was the only sensible thing I could do given the amount of capital I had. And I guess if I look backwards, I think it all happened for a reason, and because of the limitations I really had to perah otak lah, crack my head and really think outside the box and really use ingenuity to compete against the Goliaths of the world. When I started, there's so many shoe and handbag brands with generational balance sheet. They got corporate balance sheet. Some of them are public listed. I'm fighting with giants, with my $10,000 balance sheet. So you really need to you need to scale very differently from them. You cannot scale the way they scale because it's a different day and age, it's a different era, and I have less resources. So I think it was all a blessing in disguise because e-commerce and the pandemic, which I thought would have killed us, came as a blessing in disguise, where our e-commerce just grew and grew and grew, and we have shipped to customers from over 30 different countries, and our volumes across Southeast Asia has grown. And because of all this, we are opening our first store in Indonesia very, very soon, before March next year. Yeah. So from a $10,000 living room, we are now opening our first retail store, about 1,500 square feet in the heart of Jakarta. Yeah, so that's scaling using. So to answer your question, to shorten it, scaling requires ingenuity. If you have no capital, it doesn't mean you can grow. If you have a lot of funding or money, you can burn all your investors' money. It requires the clever use of technology tools. And it requires a lot of discipline, blood, sweat, and tears. But having said that, it can be done. And I hope to see more Malaysian entrepreneurs, brands, services, dream beyond the country. Just don't only be a jago kampung, but jadilah jago dunia. Yeah.
Thank you, Ms. Christy. So I think a lot of things happened during the pandemic, as what Christy mentioned. I think the think about businesses, you always have to think quick in terms of how do we pivot when something bad happens, right? Good sharing from Christy Ng. So I think let's move on to Aaron. Working with so many startups, you've seen firsthand the strategies that work and those that doesn't work. I guess what I would like to ask is, what are the top 3 signs you look for when deciding or when you would like to advise a business when they are ready to scale?
So I resonate a lot with what Christy was saying earlier, right? I think one thing I found was very insightful is that the last thing she talked about, or actually she didn't really talk about it, is the idea of funding, right? And saying that funding is the least important thing. But what we always hear a lot of entrepreneurs say is that my lack is I don't have enough capital. When actually that's the last thing you need to be thinking about. The first thing that's most important is really people, right? Having the right people in place, and you need to be the right kind of entrepreneur in place so that you can grow your business. The people aspect, or the ability to be clever and inventive in how you solve a problem, is the key to your success. With a company called A1 Learning, we invested in them in 2019. Right before the pandemic hit. And their business was to help tuition centers collect payments for the tuition centers, right? For their fees and stuff, right? And the thing that happened was, with the pandemic, nobody could go to tuition. So they had a problem. How do I scale and how do I grow my business? The team was really, really fast to adapt. they decided, you know what we're going to do? We're going to go really, really big on online learning. And I know now it's more commonplace than was before. And they grew in the pandemic from just being a Malaysian company to having businesses in Hong Kong, Indonesia, Philippines, and Thailand. And I just saw their report just a few days ago. The Thai business is the second biggest business they have right now because they're able to scale it. And it came from a problem set. So I think the first thing is really having that understanding that it's about people and about the power you have as an individual to make a change in your company and to really dig deep and figure out. And it wasn't about funding because we didn't put more money after that happened. We actually, we really invested and they had to make a decision on what to do next. Since then, they've raised a lot of capital because they've grown, but that was the first thing. The second thing is I think about what a lot of entrepreneurs need to do, and I think I'll end on this point, is really to find that unfair competitive advantage. We're Malaysians, so we always want to be very nice to everybody. It's in our nature. But being an entrepreneur means you have to be a bit more ruthless. And you need to find that unfair thing that lets you win. And in our business, with the business that I founded that we eventually sold to AirAsia, I realized that the unfair advantage I had was I could partner with a company like AirAsia to be my distribution channel. And nobody else can be that distribution channel, and that's how it's going to win. And so sometimes you got to find that way to kind of defeat the market because you find some sort of edge that you have. And I know sometimes you feel that it's not fair, but in life, business is not fair. And you need to find that unfair advantage for you to win.
Okay, so I think what you mentioned is that you need to find the right team, the right people, and think quickly. And lastly, leverage on your expertise. So I guess let's move to Richard. Branding has often been described as the cornerstone of companies' identity, influencing everything from customers' perception to market positioning. Richard, as a digital strategist and storyteller, how do you see the role of branding and narrative in helping businesses scale successfully?
Okay, I think to set context first, I focus a lot on social media. I guess everyone is, right? So can I see probably from the audience, who's still actively using Facebook? Can I see some hands? Facebook? Okay, these are the dinosaurs. Instagram? Okay, so these are the people who only like beautiful and handsome people. How about Twitter? Twitter, X? Okay, we know who are the toxic people, okay? TikTok? Okay, the rest are liars. So as you can see, in general, people are on social media, right? So this is how important it is today. Even for Christy, I know she's been pushing a lot of her content on social media as well, like most of the entrepreneurs. So it is very important, and the way that you want to make it different is always about storytelling. So it's the same thing for me. I feel everyone in this room, everyone has their own stories, their own narrative, and the way that you want to make yourself different from whether it's your competitors, it's really to tell about your own story. And I feel that is something so powerful that in general, Malaysians do not really take advantage of it. So that is why all these gurus and everything, they come from the Western world because they know how to tell stories. So I feel this is a great opportunity for everyone to be able to leverage on the tools that we already have right in front of us and share your own stories and educate your audience. And that is how you can actually build your branding and your marketing to make it more sustainable in the long run.
Okay, great. I think you point out a very good point. I think for Malaysia, I think we are growing in terms of our use and creativity of the social media. I think we've seen some content that goes viral, and it's not just about talking about the brand; it's about the storytelling as well. Yes. So, just a little bit of a question to all the panelists. I think this is in regards to how we see the news, the recent news. I don't have to mention the name, but highlighting the challenges faced by a particular startup at the moment, how do founders strike a balance? Because the comments that I've seen on news is that they scale up too fast, and this is why they are burning cash. So open to the questions to the panels on how to answer, how to balance between scaling up and growth.
I think they should go to Christy.
Yeah, because you guys are. You mentioned about.
Take it first as well. I agree.
Are you talking about the company that lost hundreds of millions of ringgit?
I guess in general,
In
yeah.
general, okay.
It's in fashion as well.
Okay,
so-
I think the problem with that particular company, this is just a personal opinion, not only them, but a lot of companies. Number one, they spend more than they make. Simple mathematics. You make $1, but you spend $10. That's how your cash flow just depletes. You keep on raising to fill up that empty void. But raising money does not solve your fundamental issues. Fundamentally, the business model is flawed. Okay, they've never profited in a 10-year cycle, not even once. But they continue to raise. Some perhaps investors see certain values in them, which I can't see. Because I'm basic, and spend more than they earn. They do very poor cash management. Okay, and I think secondly, I would say the business model itself is flawed business model. If that business model has never profited from day one, so I think they should have tried to, there should be pivoting and adjustments should be made along the way. I mean, my business model has changed throughout the years as well. What I thought it would be 10 years ago is totally different now. So it's pretty normal for founders to pivot along the way. But I think they were not able to change fast enough. And scaling too fast until you burn all your money, that one to me is another word for saying I spend more than I earn. Yeah. And how I don't understand how they can open so many stores when each store is not even profitable. If my first store was not profitable, I will cut. I won't even open the second store. So I don't know how these people think. They're obviously from a very different group from me. I can't afford to lose money. I have no safety net. So that's the thing when you come from privilege. When you come from privilege, you have very rich parents or you got some big cable somewhere, you always think that, you can do what you like. You're untouchable. For me, I'm just very basic. My father washes aircons for a living. I can't afford to fail. And if I take any investor's money, I will make sure that I do not lose their money. That's me. But not everyone is like that. So that's second. Okay. And then the third, I think it's very toxic working environment. Very poor sense of hiring. Very poor HR. People, the people that you hire ultimately shapes where the company is going to go. So I think there's a lot of mistake in hiring. I see the turnover pretty high, and I see very toxic leaders in the company as well. Very poor values. So these are environment, cash flow, and business model. I would say it's down to these three reasons.
Okay. Anything else to add?
Yeah, I think. She said it best, actually. Yeah. But I think I really can't speak so much about the specific business we're talking about because I read just the same news that most people here read, and everything else I hear is from the grapevine more than anything else, right? But I will say this, right? I think the choice of having to scale versus running a good business is a false choice, and part of this false choice is propagated by a lot of this startup tech bro media that we tend to consume because it's sexy and it's fun and it makes it more cool than it actually is, right? I think those days are gone, guys. I think the days where people will be raising ridiculous amounts of money, and they say a prayer before they start the business, those days are over. I think right now we're living in an age where if you want to run a business, the fundamental business model needs to make sense. And any capital you raise is just to accelerate that growth, not to make up for the fact that the business doesn't exist. It's not it's not like that air freshener, wind beneath your wings kind of thing. That's not what it is. It's not supposed to sustain your business because it's giving you capital. It's supposed to help you grow. So I think that's the thing that's changed now, right? People need to realize that growth is a part of business. People will give you money because you're able to grow, but you can't grow unless you've got the right fundamentals in place. And so the story that we're hearing in the local press about this particular company is unfortunate. I don't necessarily think, I think the entrepreneurs in question will receive sufficient shame, and they have, from the market for what has happened. I don't think it's a reason why we should not invest in startups, because there are poorly run companies who are well funded, and there are poorly run companies who are not funded as well. But I think as investors, the responsibility we have is to find the really well run companies with good business models to help them scale. Because the laws of gravity apply, and what I really like about this period that we're in is that everyone knows that the laws of gravity apply again, and I think that's important for startups.
Okay, let me add my point. I believe in sustainable growth. I think that's more important than anything else. So even for me, I started my company about 2.5 years ago. We grew from 1%, me, and today we have about 15, and we are profitable in some ways. And I think, as Aaron mentioned, we have been in, sort of like brainwashed that tech companies, you have to grow to a unicorn level. I don't believe in growing companies to be unicorn. I believe in companies growing to be, they call it zebra companies. Zebra companies are basically companies that are profitable, they can grow sustainably, and of course in the long run, it may not be as sexy as tech unicorns, but I feel they are more impactful, they create jobs, they more sustainable in the long run. That's what I believe in. And to be able to build those kind of companies, you need a lot of core values. Like Christy mentioned, the management has to be good. You need to hire great people. You avoid from hiring toxic people in the companies. So those are very important, and that's what I believe can be more impactful in the long run.
Why zebra though?
I think zebra in a general sense, it's quite common. Unicorn basically doesn't exist, right? Zebra is fairly common. And that's what the term that they use, actually.
I see.
Yes.
Okay. So yeah, to the question that Christy mentioned about environment, cash flow, and business model, and Aaron added on about business model, it has to make sense. Cash is something just going to be accelerating the growth. And lastly, you mentioned about zebra companies, sustainable growth for companies, right? Mm-hmm. Okay. So good points shared by the panels. Now we move to the second part of the session where we are going to talk about leading teams. Now, let's focus on the people behind the growth, right? So scaling isn't just about strategy. It's about the teams that make the work happen, and leadership is the driving force behind any scaling journey. My question to Aaron, what leadership qualities you believe are most critical for managing teams during a high growth phase to maintain alignment and motivation during the rapid growth? I guess because you know that when companies are growing, it tends to actually be a pressure cooker, right? So what are the leadership qualities that you would say will help throughout the growth phase?
So I think when you're running a company, and I like the framing because you need different kinds of leadership at different times of growth. When you're in the early stage, it's very much storming. You're really storming the gates. You're trying to get things done. There are no rules. Like Christy is probably like mopping the floors and designing shoes at the same time, right? That's the early stage, right? And I remember when even in the companies when I founded the company myself, early day you do everything. You're a chief everything officer. That's your title basically, right? But then as you scale, you need to transition. So I think the first thing a good leader learns in the point where you're scaling or you're more at a point of growth is transition your role, because your role in the company is changing now. You can't be chief everything officer. You need to kind of figure out what your next job is effectively, right? And a lot of that job actually as you're growing the business is in finding the next level of leadership. And I always tell founders that we work with, right, is if tomorrow you walk on the street and you get hit by a bus, what happens? And it's a real question, because what happens if the key man is gone? And it doesn't have to be so dramatic or so that some tragedy happens. Maybe it's life. Maybe your wife has a baby, or you want to take some time off to take a holiday. The business needs to continue to function. So as an entrepreneur, raising the next level of leadership is really, really important, and having people who can kind of drive the business without you being there is more. Of course, it doesn't mean that the founder doesn't exist, and every great company has that great founder that's there. So number one is finding that next generation of leadership. The next thing to do is like having that processes that are put in place. So the company runs based on like a good way of understanding. This is how you launch a store. This is how you deal with customers. This is the customer care line, and these are the people that you need to deal with. Here's how you process things like refunds. Having that in place is really important. And a lot of young companies don't do it. I mean, we see a lot of these companies that we've written checks to, they've even raised subsequent capital after we've come in, and then you realize that, wait a minute, you guys didn't like figure out how you're gonna do HR policy in your office. I mean, the CEO interviews every single person, and you're a company of 50 people now. These are things that actually you have to figure out and grow over time. So the process needs to be in place. And sometimes it's just finding the right technology, having the right technology in place to kind of get you to that stage. So really transitioning for yourself from being that founder or that storming person to kind of building, that's super important as you grow the business. I think every entrepreneur needs to realize that one thing doesn't change as a founder. Your job is always threefold. As a founder, your job is to sell the mission and vision of the company. It is to make sure that all stakeholders are well appraised and know what's going on. And number three is to make sure there's money in the bank. And so if you can do these three things, I think you're in a good place. And as you talked about stakeholders, you're about bringing the right people in place to kind of lead your company. So just making sure that you're transitioning as a leader is super important as you scale the business.
Okay, great. So Aaron talks about transitioning your role. I think starting to learn how to Tai Chi more, right? Giving, delegating your work to your people in your company, and to mitigate that key man risk. I think Dato' Afsar mentioned in her talk about succession planning, and then guidelines, SOPs, policies needs to be in place, and as well as technology, leverage on the use of technology, right?
One of the, just to add to that, right? One of the most important lessons I learned in the first companies I ever ran was that my chairman would come and talk to me and say, Aaron, you're very good, you're very active, but you're going to burn out, right? And you're going to burn out if you don't stop, because I was working 16, 17, 18-hour days, working on weekends, putting on weight, losing hair, all that, right? Yeah.
Good to see hairs now.
I mean, I don't know about the hair. That part maybe is irreversible, but the one thing that I think that he did teach me that was really important was that you got to learn to 10x yourself. You need to find a way to get another Aaron working in the business who's as passionate, as knowledgeable, as effective as you. Then you'll have more time to focus on things. And I think a lot of entrepreneurs are very precious about it. They hold on to that job because I'm the only one who can do this. If nobody else does it, it will fail. But that's not true, because then you can focus on more critical things. If you can get somebody to take over that operations role, and you can take somebody else to take over the customer service role, and you can take somebody else to take over the product-related role, then you focus on strategy. You focus on finding a way to grow to the next market, because you're now free. Your mind is free. Your time is free. So sometimes letting go doesn't mean that you're giving up. Letting go means you can take on something else and move forward. Yeah.
Great points shared by Mr. Aaron. So now, Christy, leading a growing team requires adapting your leadership style. So you talk about how you changed over time, over the past 10 years. So how did you evolve as a leader, as a team expanded, and maybe share if you have encountered challenges and ways you overcome them?
The one thing that I still do from day one until now, when I hire people, I only hire poor, hungry, and desperate. Okay, so you need to have a PhD when you join us. I think like what Aaron says. That I'll talk about a bit about that shortly. I totally agree. But most important, whoever you hire has to be passionate. They have to be dedicated, and most one thing I feel never goes wrong. You just hire from poor family lah. Hire people who have never been given opportunities. Hire people who they've never had the chance to do all this kind of stuff. They tend to be more appreciative, and they tend to stay longer. So I don't look at your certificate, which university you come from, blah blah blah. You graduate from this fancy school. All these things mean nothing to me. For me, I want to hire someone that, and I still do this today. I want to hire someone that is teachable, who I can impart our values to, who shares the same values with us, or at least I can brainwash and in the end share my same value. And I find that, they tend to stay longer. And once a person naturally likes to work longer, they will become much better at whatever you ask them to do. They're more well assimilated. They're more. Once they are comfortable and they fit in already, right? They can do anything usually lah, you know. So I think that's one of the fundamentals. Especially if you're a startup and you're hiring, make sure you don't hire some rich man's kid. It's not going to work out well for you. That's what I think, because the parents will come, you know, a lot of things I don't need. So, and then secondly, I would say always I try to hire people who can reduce my brain space. Like what Aaron has said, to avoid burnout is real. You know, burnout is no joke. You know, Aaron looks very good now compared to the last time I met him. First time I met him, he looks damn good now, seriously. So he really mean all what he said. The weight and the hair, he looks really good now. Yeah, so I always try to hire people who are smarter than me, better than me at a certain thing. They need not be replicas of me, because it's quite difficult to find someone identical with me. It would be very chaotic. But I try to find someone who's better at me at a certain thing. For instance, I hire people who are better than me in video editing, example, or better than me in design. So my whole design team, everyone has got to be better than me, you know, at that. They don't need to do other things, you just do one thing. So I'm moving into a specializing stage now where you only do one job. And I find it much more efficient. But of course, at the beginning, I was doing everything, like Aaron said, mopping floors and also designing the shoes after that, and also packing the parcel, and also replying emails on weekends. Every founder goes through this terrible phase, torturous phase. So you need to have a lot of grit. So you need to hire people who have grit, because things are not going to be perfect for you when you start. And there will be a lot of shifting of direction, a lot of switching and massaging of roles and stuff like that. So you need to have someone who can hire people who can bear with you, you know, go through the tough times with you. They need not be the smartest people at, you know, or the best at something, but you need to have a combination of aptitude, attitude, you know, over intelligence, because that's also very important. You know, because when you start a business with 10,000, right, you cannot hire people from, like, you know, all these fancy universities. They won't work for you. No way. You know, even today, there's always someone offering higher pay. There's always someone offering better than whatever you can offer. So it's very hard to find loyalty. And I think if you have a team of very loyal people, you are halfway there already. Even if your business model not so great, they will sit down, get people who can sit down with you and talk about the problems that you're facing, you know. So loyalty, you know, dedication, people who will work with you long term, you know, and who are better than you at certain skills. I think these are the 4 things that I look at every day. So, like what Aaron said, I try to hire people who are better than me, and I'm quite blessed lah. I can hire a lot of really, really amazing people. I'm quite lucky in that sense. And then you need to change your hiring process, because a lot of my friends, they always tell me how you hire so many, how you get people so easily, and why your people don't touch wood, why your people don't quit. Your people work really, really long. I have people with me who are with me since day one. Why do they not quit? So I think to answer you this question, I think you need to, what's the word? You need to know how to sustain a person long term. You need to really, there must be a lot of give and take. A lot of give and take. It's like in any relationship, you know, you have a lot of give and take. That's one. So of a person who is you hire someone who is very selfish, who is so calculative, every second looking at the watch, want to run home 1 minute, 2 minutes. This one you just don't hire lah. I mean, and so you need to change how you filter and hire people. The attitude must be a good fit, culturally must be a good fit, and of course, they must have the talent that you want, that you need to fit into your organization. I'm pretty good at filtering this kind of stuff lah, because I've been through a lot of like problems lah in the past. So all the mistakes make me very sharp. Now I look at a person I know can work or cannot work already. It's like that fast. So you need to ask them a lot of questions. Like are you willing to work on weekends, especially if it's a startup? Are you willing to work overtime? Are you willing to come back on Saturday and Sunday if I have like 10,000 parcels which cannot ship out? Are you willing to come down and help me to pack in the warehouse? So if they say, yes, no problem, call me, I come now, then these are the type of people you hire. But if they reply like, oh, cannot lie, you know, I have my work-life balance, you know, the 10,000 parcels wait until Monday, then our whole TikTok shop and Shopee get banned. Then you know you cannot hire. You know, that kind of, you got to ask real questions. If they cannot compromise, they cannot give and take, they're selfish, and they feel that they're very privileged, it's all beneath them, they cannot do this, they cannot do that, then you don't hire. So this one will save you a lot of labor law, labor department. I got no labor department issue because I will filter the problematic people before I hire. And then another thing, always hire people who work more, talk less. Talk a lot, a lot of them talk, interview, talk, damn fantastic. 90% cannot work well. That's what I feel. So I do not do any interview one, you know. I send questionnaire first. Then we give you assignments to do, pre-interview assessment. From the pre-interview assessment, I already can tell this fella can pakai or cannot pakai. So then only the last thing I do is the face-to-face interview. You can gag up lah, cannot talk lah, like freaking out lah, cannot speak lah, like, you know, cannot answer my question. I don't care. All your pre-interview assessment pass, I will hire you. Because those who speak very well, last time who speak very well during interview, all were like good at like cannot do anything one. Yeah, you have to differentiate between the doers and the talkers. Yeah.
Okay, there's a clap there, so I guess people agree on the floor. So yeah, Christy, I think one of the how you overcome it is basically to make sure that your hiring process is great and to make sure that the people that you are hiring are culturally fit to what is your company's vision, right? Thank you, Christy. So moving on to Richard, in your experience, how can leaders use storytelling and their social media as a tool to inspire their teams and create strong culture during times of growth?
So I can probably talk that from my own perspective because I have been experimenting this across my social media platforms. So just like what I mentioned earlier, right? Because a lot of this things like inspirational leaders, mostly they come from Western world. And I believe Malaysia, we have all of these leaders already. But it's just that they are not prominent enough, they are not out there. It's probably because we are maybe part of the culture that we want to be humble in some ways. But I think it's totally different in today's context because when leaders of today or leaders of yesterday, they have already done it, and they need to start thinking about inspiring the next generation of leaders. So in that sense, they need to portray themselves. So they need to be able to share their stories and get the next generation of people to be inspired. So in a sense, you know, Malaysia has gone through a lot of phases of development, right? From the moment that we became independent and the formation of Malaysia, we have a lot of amazing leaders throughout the years. But I think, again, it goes back to that one thing, not a lot of them became inspirational leaders because they tend to keep the stories to themselves. So I think in a sense, these leaders who have already done it, it's not about them anymore. It's about sharing this knowledge to the new generation of people. And a lot of the entrepreneurs today as well, when they have grown and reached certain level, again, it is not about themselves. They need to be thinking about helping the country to prosper, to go into the next level. So I believe Christy is already doing it. She's sharing a lot of things. Aaron is already doing it. So if we can get more and more entrepreneurs or even leaders to share their stories and experiences, to educate the audience, it will help change our society. Because if you look on social media today, I think everyone, we can safely say, 98% of the content is rubbish. Yes, seriously. Because it's purely mostly for entertainment, right? Or the toxic news, the negativity. There's not enough good content out there. So which means this is a great opportunity for everyone. Because I believe everyone in this room, you have your personality, identity, experiences, skills, stories. And if you can combine all those, this can be a very, very powerful narrative that you can educate anyone. Because the reality is, right, a lot of us get inspired by Bill Gates, Mark Zuckerberg. And these are the people who are a million steps ahead of us. So what we really want today is to learn from people who are just a few steps ahead of anyone, which is totally relatable. And that's what makes it powerful. And even better if it's Malaysian, right? Malaysians sharing their experiences, skills, and educate the audience. And that's what makes it even more powerful. It's easier to learn. It's more relatable. It aligns with our culture and values. So if everyone can do it, I think anyone can do it in this room. So please make sure that you post something on LinkedIn today, right? Anyone on LinkedIn? Right, can you see? Okay, these are the people who like to connect to anyone for no reason. Okay, good job. You're doing it right. Okay.
Okay, thank you, Richard. I think that's a very good point, because I guess the content that we are creating, it should just not be an entertainment. Like I think we had a chat earlier about the founder of Pallets and Bagels, where he shared his journey in terms of how he actually maneuver around having a new branch, and even he is going to update every now and then about the percentage of how the construction is going on. So all these are the things that actually will not only help you as a business to actually get tractions, it's also to help the community as a whole to understand how does businesses that actually work operates, right? Okay, so I wanted to add on another question for all the panels, but I think Christy answered most of it already, but in terms of hiring, right? But maybe to the rest of the panels, Christy, please add on. I guess you will have great stories, but how do you attract, develop and retain top talents while keeping them motivated to drive the company's growth?
Okay, let me start first since Aaron is pausing. I think that's. I want to go back to the same thing that I've been talking about, because I like to simplify things, right? And I like to break down complicated things into just one or two things, which focus on storytelling. So I think what makes it powerful is once you have built a strong presence online, and people understand what are things that drive you, what are the values that you are trying to promote, what are your stories, and that become a very, very powerful way to attract talent. And that's how it is today. It's like one of my staff, today she's been with us since almost day one, and she started as an intern, and today she's one of our leading strategies for social media for our clients. Even she told me that the way that I attracted the audiences is so powerful that even her auntie in Terengganu is a fan, right? So once you're able to attract this talent, right, because when they go to your doors, when they are hiring, to join your company, you already somewhat know these are the people who align with your values, and that's what make it easier in some ways. And of course, Christy has her own ways of filtering. And then once you go through all this process of hiring people, you will know that you can sense the vibe actually. So when they come in for interview, you will actually know whether the person's going to be useful for the company or useless, right? So that's how I do it lah. But of course, in order to retain, of course, it's the same thing. People normally look at rewards and those kind of things. But I think one of the key missing elements that I see with a lot of entrepreneurs is the lack of empathy. Lack of empathy. Empathy is actually a very, very powerful way of retaining talent. So imagine in a typical company, right? For example, a person, suddenly he doesn't perform, or maybe he's supposed to reach certain sales target. And then the normal way of you scrutinizing or trying to approach the problem is, hey, how come you didn't reach your sales target this month? That's the most typical way. But if you practice empathy and say, hey, you did not reach your sales target this month. Is there anything that I can help you with? Is there any problem at home? And if you can approach that differently, you make your business more human. And I think that is what lacking in a lot of companies today, like the unicorns of the world, the big tech companies, right? So I truly believe in that one actually.
Great.
I think what I'll do is I'll build on what you're saying, right? About and suggest something else on top of this, where I actually don't think people can be motivated. I don't think people can be shaped by you. It's almost an arrogant position that we have as leaders to think that I can change someone, when the truth is actually you can't, right? I think people are either motivated or they're not motivated. And so the job that you have as the entrepreneur is to attract motivated people, rather than I'm going to get an unmotivated person into my organization and I'm going to do some magic on them and out comes a motivated person. I've never seen that happen ever. And I've tried this myself, so I've also done this myself, right? I think the trick is you need to create that environment around you where people who are motivated want to join you. And then you select whether or not you want that person or not. That's up to you. But that comes from really the ability of you as a leader to share a vision and mission of the company that's compelling enough. I do, in these days, I hear a lot of conversations around Gen Z, right? Everybody has to complain, oh, Gen Z is not motivated, Gen Z don't like to work. I've not actually found it to be 100% true. I find it has a lot to do with understanding what motivates Gen Z. And if you're an organization that has components that motivates them, and in most cases it's a sense of meaning and purpose, they are very, very motivated. And then the whole work-life balance goes out the door. They don't really care because they're working with something that's bigger than themselves. So I think really being able to communicate that vision and mission is really important. And so I think the first thing that you need to realize is when you share your mission and vision, and it's unique to you and unique to your company, it's about who you are, what you stand for, and where you want to go. And that is unique to you. It may be different from company to company. You could have two exactly the same business models, but the founder could have very different vision and mission, and they'll attract completely different kinds of people. And that's really up to you and the kind of person you want to attract. and in the case of keeping them on board and keeping them, retaining them, that has a lot to do with culture. The culture you set in your organization determines what happens to the person, because you can get a very motivated person into a company, but if everybody's like, I'm in the office by 11, and people leave at 4, then the motivated person becomes like that too. So while you cannot probably get an unmotivated person and make them motivated, you can kill a motivated person with a bad company culture. So it's really important to have that, understand what is the culture I'm setting. And ultimately this comes from the leader, the person running the business. Are you somebody who works hard? Are you someone who communicates the right values for your organization? Are you someone who rocks up to work? In every company I've run, I'm always the first to the office. And I'm very likely the last person to leave the office every day. And that is a culture that you set, because everybody knows, oh, this guy is here, this guy's mad, he's in the office by 7 or whatever. But they understand that that's the culture I'm setting, and that's the culture they'll want to follow, because I'm setting the pace. And so I think it's very important that you set that pace, and then you create that culture that rewards success. And if you reward success, you'll keep that thing going, and people will stay with you for a long time. So I think you can't motivate people who are not motivated, but then you attract motivated people by setting those values and having that vision and mission, and you keep them by ensuring you have the right culture in place.
All right, Christy, anything to add? I think we are all. I think all the panels are talking the same thing, right? You guys are just adding on to each other points. So it's very important to note that it stresses on how you create that environment of working inside your company that people want to actually retain, and being empathy as well, as per what Richard mentioned. The floor manager is actually pinging me already that we are running out of time. There's so many stories that we have shared. I guess I would like to open the floor for questions. I will only take 3 questions. That's what is allowed of me. So 3 questions, please. Mics to those who are raising their hands.
Hi, my name is Fahmi from PwC. I want to ask Christy. You have successfully built up your empire, but you know the theory of iceberg. On the surface is look beautiful, but down there you have so many stories, so many war stories, scars, right? So maybe you can share with us what's your hardest decisions in steer your empire, and who in your team that help you to make the decisions. So maybe that's the questions.
You mean the challenge and how the people in my team helped me to overcome it, right? I think I was having like the worst personnel issue. I mean, like I started retail in 2016, and it was a huge shock to my system. I've never done retail before, and retail and e-commerce is totally different. It's a 2 different set of brain, man. You know, if you are good at e-commerce, you will not like retail at all. If you are if you're a retailer, you will hate e-commerce because it's totally two different ball game altogether, although it's the same thing actually. Yeah, so I had problems like, I had very, very high retail turnover. My second store was in Eon Tebrau City in Johor. And the staff don't even show up. I actually drive my car down like a mad person, 4 hours to open the door because the staff didn't show up, didn't answer the phone. So I say, why all these retail staff can just don't show up, don't turn up, And the resignation rate, like every single day, people resigning. Yeah, so I think that was one of my earliest issues. And I was so scared of opening retail store because of that. How did I overcome? And then I found out the lesson that I learned here is, then my friends all tell me, yeah, I told you don't do retail. They keep on resigning, very hard to retain. All this, the turnover is very high. So I found out it's always the problem of the leader. When you have a situation where the department people keep on quitting, after 1 day, 2 day, 1 month, 2 months, what the first thing you do, you get rid of the department head. So I got rid of the department head, okay? I changed, immediately no one resigned. Seriously, so okay, how did someone help me? So someone pointed out, a colleague of mine, she pointed out to me, you have to get rid of her. You have to get rid of her and you have to replace it with anyone else but her lah. At that moment, no one wanted to work with us. We were so small, we were unknown. So we just take the next thing the next, whoever that got 2 hands, 2 legs, just replace first. And immediately the problem solved. So, I think what I'm trying to say here is, anything in the company, if it's failing, whether it's your product got issues, your sales is bad, you got high turnover rate, you got very poor results, or you're not happy with anything, the leader is at fault. It's always the boss. Which boss or which department? Or it could be you, it could be myself. It could be me, like what Aaron said, setting a bad example to my team. And the culture always comes from the head. So when the whole department is sinking, it's the department head issue. Yeah.
Hi, morning. My name is Mimi. I wanted to ask Richard. So I got it on ChatGPT, the answer actually. I want to ask you. Leaders are born, made or mix of both. Can you give me your takes?
Sorry, the question again, Leaders are
born, made or mix of both. What is your takes based on your experience?
Okay. I
got the answer here, but I don't want to rely on technology.
I feel it's the second one. I think
Thank you.
Leaders are not always born. I feel, at least in my own context, when I embarked on this thing called entrepreneurship much earlier, I did not expect to be here today. I did not expect to grow a company, but it always takes a mindset. Because anybody can become a leader. I thought that my life is going to be somewhat linear. I'm just going to work for certain companies and just work from 9 to 6 and then go home and pay my bills. No, actually the life is actually beyond that. And I feel we live in a world today that because we can learn practically anything that we want. Imagine 20 or 30 years ago, right? When you want to have access to opportunities, you have to go to a good school, you have to be born in the city, you have certain cables, what people may call it. But today we live in a totally different world. We can learn anything today. And the only thing that's stopping us today is just yourself, right? We can learn, we have access to information, we can learn about leadership, entrepreneurship, anything at all. So that's why I feel leaders are not born anymore. As long as they have the right mindset, they are hungry for knowledge, they want to strive better things, they want to leave a legacy or do an impactful work, they can become leaders. And in order for you to become leaders, you don't actually need title. I know that for sure. Because I used to work for a company, a government agency that looks after the development of Cyberjaya. Right, so even that, I started a Cyberjaya community page. No one actually asked that. Because I wanted to promote Cyberjaya at that point in time. And that itself already shows some kind of leadership, right? Because leadership doesn't need actually title. For as long as you can drive things, you can give impact to people, you can become leaders already, right? And I feel that even with yourself, what is your hobby? Can I know? What is your hobby? Yes.
Watching Netflix.
Watching Netflix.
Yeah.
And you can become somebody who can advocate about Netflix, right? And you can start a Facebook page about watching Netflix shows. And that itself shows that you can become a leader already. You don't actually need an official title. And that's the beauty of the internet today. You can become anything that you want. Okay?
Any last words from Aaron? Because the organizers say like cut. So anything else you guys want to add? Maybe one last question. In a short sentence, each and one of you, if you were to give a piece of advice to entrepreneurs or leaders, what would it be in one short sentence? An advice to young entrepreneurs that want to scale.
If there's one thing I could tell you as an entrepreneur, start. Too many people spend too much time thinking, oh, if the situation is right, you have the money, I need to know everything, I need to have the entire 10-year plan laid out. All that's a waste of time. If you really feel that this is a business that you want to do, start right now, you'll figure it out. And if you have the great energy, the willingness to learn, you'll make it.
100%. Richard?
Very short, one sentence, yeah? Be yourself, share your stories, and follow me for more content like this.
That's a good one. Christy?
I would say,
Yeah,
okay. I would say mine has to be moving from failure to failure with no loss of enthusiasm, because the journey is really rough. And it's only the fierce and the ferocious that survive. You got to have grit. Yeah, that's it.
Have grit. Okay, that brings us to end of this session. Thank you, Aaron, Richard, and Christy. A round of applause to the panels for sharing their insights and lots more, being such an engaged audience as well. I hope you are living inspired with fresh ideas and strategies to scale your business and lead your teams with greater success. I'm Arif, thank you, and enjoy the rest of the event. Thank you very much, ladies and gentlemen.
And all our panelists for today. Ladies and gentlemen, next for our agenda, it is my pleasure to introduce our special keynote speaker, Encik Ibrahim Sani, the Chief Executive Officer of Yayasan Peneraju. Please welcome.
Thanks. As they clear up the set, Christy was talking about poor, hungry, and desperate. Aren't we all poor, hungry, and desperate? It's 1 o'clock, and I am the one standing between you and lunch. It's also important for us to hear back what we have been listening since morning, because some of the things that we mentioned, including Dato' Hafsah talking about leadership at a global scale, what Aaron was talking about, the leader sets a tempo. These kind of things are real. It's no joke. One of the things that I did at Yayasan Peneraju was time management. You can imagine my exasperation right now that we are so behind on time. I am so agitated, you have no idea, especially when someone comes from broadcast. 1 minute delay is catastrophic. So what I'm going to tell you is something much more catastrophic than disastrous. We're going to cut down lunch from 1.5 hours to maybe half an hour, because if I can't eat, you can't eat too. So we're going to rush through lunch. Our next event is going to start at 2, but in the meantime, I hope you can bear with me when it comes to my explainer of why we are doing YPX, what's the purpose of all this event, and hopefully we can walk away with something more meaningful than what we thought we could have from this particular event. Let's talk a little bit more about this Sunicorn idea. and how we are going to address some of the challenges and opportunities when it comes to building leaders in a sustainable movement. The thing that we do right now at Yayasan Penaraju is that we are in the process of pivoting how we do things. We are going to redesign the human capital development process. This redesigning of the human capital development process is going to be very, very hard to do. Why? Since our inception, kita dah train dalam 70,000 bakat. 70,000 bakat, kita nak 1% only bakat menjadi pemimpin, which means 700. And this is where I have to come clean. We have 70,000 rows of names. We don't know if we can extract 700 that is a leader by any definition, by any stretch. So our process and our thinking when we were incepted in 2012, the idea here macam Hail Mary pass, where we train and we give them specialized programs, and then one day they become leader. That is not working. What we have is a bunch of Malaysians with highly specialized training but are not leading. And there's something wrong with that. In terms of what we did before, negara tak rugi. Now we have CFA charter holders, mostly Bumi Putras. We have the greatest amount of acceleration rate of chartered accountants, again mostly Bumi Putras. A lot more Bumi Putras are now, per ratio in terms of Bumi versus non-Bumi, is inside the data and technology pillar, including data analysts, cloud specialists, cybersecurity and the likes. So in that sense, tak rugi, but none of them are leaders. So when I joined last year, along with my compatriots over at Teraju, as well as Menteri Economy, we had to redesign how we do things. At Teraju, they are redesigning how to groom business owners, and here in Yayasan Penaraju, we are trying to redesign how we train people. And we want to work the other way around. Maybe it works, maybe it doesn't. But generally speaking, we want to train, we want to specify how many leaders we want, by when, and what type of leaders, and with specificity and in geolocation, and the type of impact that we want them to bring. And we have to be very magnanimous in terms of the types of impact that we want them to bring. For instance, greater economic impact, greater community impact, greater entrepreneurial impact, for instance. All these things we have to clearly define. And then we work backwards. Kalau kita nak 10,000 pemimpin dalam pemimpin profesional, pemimpin perniagaan, pemimpin community, apakah pensijilan dan latihan dan program yang diperlukan untuk melahirkan dan menzahirkan 10,000 pemimpin ini? This is so hard to do, much harder. If you think it's easy to create leaders, you just heard about these three spokesperson. Dato' Hafsah is now dedicating her work at WLF talking about creating leaders, not just at a national scale but at a global scale. This morning we heard so many other speeches, including Najmi, talking about how organizations need to have leaders. We know we need it and we want it, we just don't know how to create it. Tu yang orang sampai dekat Yayasan Penaraju ni sampai bernanah telinga dengar I'm bebel. How do we redesign this? The only way forward is we are now going to region by region, and we are now learning how to shut up and listen. And I think that's the biggest thing that we have to learn, the skill to listen. And that's why we are doing Yayasan Penaraju Exchange, because for the first time in a very, very long time, a national agency is now listening to you guys. And that's why, have a quick lunch, balik nanti pukul 2, we need you to share your ideas with us, because we are operationalizing some of the ideas that you share with us. And that is very critical. No longer do we craft a program and then feed it to the population. We are now listening to you guys. You tell us what kind of programs that you need, and we will craft it for you. Now, we talked about delegating duties tadi kan. In a way, we are delegating our job to you guys. We are supposed to create the program, but now you buatlah program untuk kita. Macam tu. So exchange. Rupanya after all this, rupanya kita tak nak buat kerja sebenarnya. Alright, before we do this, I need to get acquainted with some of the current mega trends that we're looking for. ASEAN needs a headquarters. Anybody know where ASEAN headquarters is? Yeah. But nobody would imagine Jakarta as the head of ASEAN. Not the way, say, for instance, the EU is, for instance. And as the chairmanship of ASEAN for next year, what are we doing in terms of trying to tap into this ASEAN mega trend? Digital penetration, we all know, is there. This is the third YPX that we're doing. And I rushed the team because I wanted the team to make sure that we have YPX in Semenanjung. The first two YPX that we did, the first was in Kota Kinabalu, the second was in Kuching. The reason is because we know that digital penetration there is burgeoning and needs to be further improved on content, not so much infra. And when we go to YPX in KK and in Kuching, digital penetration is a need and a must, but they are lacking in terms of content. In Semenanjung lain, content is aplenty, and some areas digital penetration is quite okay, but some are left for wanting. So how do we move in terms of that digital penetration? Top right, low volume but highly skilled workers are needed. So how many TVET workers do we have right now? We talk about TVET non-stop, and the need for us to have TVET. None of them are paid well. None. My sister lives in Stockholm. She is a plumber today. Dia tahu plumbing rumah dia. Bila I tanya, I was FaceTiming her, what the hell are you doing? Dia tengah dekat bawah, dia tengah fix. Dia kata, I can't afford a plumber. A plumber there is 200 crowns. 1 crown is about RM1 per hour. Now that's TVET. And we know this. Germany pun macam tu. We know this. Why is it that our TVET workers are not paid the way, say for instance, European workers are? So we have a lot, but not paid well. Another mega trend that we look forward to is the concept of global south, where the tumultuous areas of the world, Ukraine, Russia, China, Taiwan, Trump, Brexit, they're all happening in the global north. Global south is relatively fine. We are the global south. The problem here is that global south is not focusing on R&D at all. And if anything, we rely on the global north to give us funding for the R&D process that is outsourced for cheap labor in the global south. Something needs to be fixed there. And then when we talk about the last two, this last two is actually very important to me. First is the living city and the work, live, play area. And that's why at Kementerian Ekonomi, we are aggressively pushing for the establishment of the Johor Singapore Southern Economic Zone. Saya sebagai anak Johor, saya dulu membesar dekat Taman Nongci, Sekolah Setawan. Half my family members are Singaporeans. My grandmother decided to stay in JB. Her sister decided to stay in Singapore. In the end, we have a 50-50 situation for Johor and Singapore. That whole notion of passport terhad, kita orang Johor kita tahu lah kan, could be revisited. The freedom of movement and freedom of labor could be revisited as well. And G2G, everybody's extremely excited. We're very confident that our Menteri Besar is going to achieve a lot when we execute JSSEZ in its full swing. That is the city that we're talking about. Not the city of, say, for instance, Johor Bahru, but the whole economic region that we need to work with. And the upside is aplenty. I don't have to tell you how great the upside is for the Southern Economic Zone. So we need to work on that. And that's why I rushed my team to have the third YPX here in Johor Bahru, not because of anything, but because the economic impact is there. The last one is shorter duration training and higher frequency of volume. What I mean by this is a degree is 120 credit hours. Right now, my kids cannot tahan a 10-second TikTok. After 3 seconds, adik akan push up. And I see that constantly. And I'm like, why do you do that? You haven't seen it yet. And she can tell me what the content is already just by the first 3 seconds. That's how AI is to her. She's a natural human. Last I checked, she's not an AI. But she knows what the content is all about. I cakap, test me. Dia tarik balik. First of all, dia cerita what the content is all about, and then dia tarik balik, and then true enough, the content was exactly what she told. It's predictable. Kids find academic programs boring. And then for the fact is, we are forcing them to go through school until they are 17, and then we force them to go through matric or A levels for another 1 or 2 years, and then we force them to go through 120 credit hours, and then hopefully by 23 they work and they get money. That model is broken. Kementerian Pendidikan Tinggi dah pernah tegur I, Kementerian Pendidikan pun tegur I. Dia cakap, you can't say this. I cakap, why not? If it's broken, it's broken lah. How many of our undergrads are papa kedana? Christy wants to hire poor people, hire our undergrads. They are not eating, literally. And up from the last check with KPT, 76% of our undergrads are working part-time while pursuing their education. During my time, tak ramai work part-time because the PTPTN is enough for them to sustain themselves. So shorter duration training is also important because not only are we addressing the ADD or ADHD mentality of our young, we are also thinking about how the programs are so outdated the day they started until the day they finished. For instance, if you're doing Bachelor of Information Technology today at a public university with 140 credit hours because it's an honors degree, you're going to start the degree at first year knowing that ChatGPT was the big thing of that particular year. By second year, ChatGPT is passé already. Everybody's not talking about generative AI. People are talking about predictive AI, which is an old AI technology that DHL and FedEx and all that have been using for the past 5 years, and how that is important. And then hopefully by third year, dia akan pandai belajar how to do AI, generative AI first year, predictive AI second year. Third year, dia kena buat programs or create apps and become a developer for them to create supporting APIs for these AI apps to be integrated into the workplace. And by fourth year, they're going to do their final year project. Tak tahu lah, whatever that final project is. That was supposed to be the case, but their curriculum is fixed on the first year. So they will continue to learn outdated and outmoded stuff after 4 years, and then guess what? They have to relearn. And that's why our Jasa Penaju punya certification take up is so high for technology. It's damn high to a point where one seat offered, kita boleh tawarkan satu sahaja beasiswa, 18 orang apply. Lepas tu kita pun heran, ini benda ni serious hot stuff sangat ke? No, it is necessity. They need to learn about the latest programming certification, or else they can't apply for a job. Because guess what? Their degree in Bachelor of Technology or Bachelor of Information Technology, lapuk, busuk, and it cost the government certain amount of thousands lah. Actually, I don't know how much, but yeah, not cheap. Public U kan. So, can the curriculum be nimble? That's why MOOCs is important. People like Khan Academy and LinkedIn Academy and the likes, because the content changes as frequent as how the environment changes. So I floated this idea. Kalau kita kena buat lah 140 credit hour, itu wajib contohnya nak dapatkan MQA. Fine. So what? Can we induct a student at 17 years old, dia dah habis SPM, and for the next 10 years dia belajar, but just take 12 to 14 credit hours a year, and the degree is so nimble in a way where they may start off with a Bachelor of IT, but maybe towards the end of the 10 years, that bachelor name can be changed into something much more generic. Say, for instance, Bachelor of Science or Bachelor of Arts, which was how it was in the first place. So we're not introducing something strange. We're just being a little bit more attentive and realistic about what we are doing with our young right now. Itu kalau kita sibuk nak tertiary lah. Kalau TVET lain cerita pula. Since Yayasan Peneraju has exited from the TVET program, that's not what I'm busying my headache. I dah hilang rambut, fikir pasal professional dengan teknologi, cukup lah. Biar orang lain hilang rambut dia pasal TVET. But for now, that last mega trend, the shorter training duration and high frequency volume tu is very critical. Banyak Yayasan Peneraju punya scholars datang, dia cakap apa tau, SAP Cloud Computing Level 1 is important, and thank you very much for the beasiswa, but it means nothing if I want to get a promotion in my workplace. I need to get certification level 2, level 3, level 4. Kita pun cakap, you should, why you come to me? I gave you level 1 already, go ask for your employer ke apa benda ke, pergilah somewhere else ke. But that question still resonates with me. Betul juga, dia belajar macam tak belajar habis for technology. Because for professional, ACCA contohnya, CPA Australia, ICAW, kita tak pula cakap, you belajar first paper je, Financial Accounting 1, Financial Accounting 2. Pandai kau lah nak habis Financial Accounting 3 until 6. We don't do that, do we? We teach until completion for chartered accountants. Why are we not doing the same for technology? It's that approach that we look at technology to. So that's why we have to have higher frequency volume. And do we really need to do more? Yes, we do. Yayasan Peneraju. Because why? If you heard just now, those are business owners tau. They care about life, but more importantly, they care about profits. The amount of time that they say about making money and making profits is too damn high. That's fine. Business owner, mandat dia gitu. Kami di Kementerian Ekonomi tak ada mandat itu. Itu mandat Kementerian Kewangan. Di Kementerian Ekonomi, the mandat is, or the instruction is, for us to create economic mobility, upwards trajectory, in order for us to increase economic wealth for the nation. Nowhere does it say that we need to create profits. If we create profit, good for you. But if we can create people that can become community leaders, contohnya, that's great as well. Because no other kementerian in the federal government is thinking about creating community leaders. None. Saya baru je balik daripada Kota Kinabalu. This morning I took a 5 AM flight. InScan along with AIM, Amanah Ikhtiar Malaysia, melahirkan dan menzahirkan lebih daripada 2,000 usahawan bumiputera di Sabah, micro entrepreneurs. 100% of them are women. They copycat Grameen model, Grameen Bank, and they replicate it in Sabah with less than 1% delinquency rate. The ticket size is about 5,000 ringgit. But ada yang entrepreneurs dapat 10,000. Repayment is 1 year. They have a service fee, certain very low, something like 4%, for them to issue that particular loan. All the businesses are in their communities, and that's great. That's fantastic. But they're not necessarily creating community leaders. They're creating entrepreneurs in community. So again, I just wanted to investigate, ada ke tidak Kuskop ataupun Kementerian Keusahawanan dan juga Koperasi membikinkan community leader? Tidak. They are creating entrepreneurs in community, which is fantastic, but it still doesn't nullify my thesis that only economic ministry is creating community leaders. And that's why we are moving into this landscape change challenges. Because if you look at this problem, I have 6 problems that I want to mention very quickly. Because the more I talk, the less lunchtime you have. Absence of talent critical mass. How many of us have said, I tak jumpa nak cari pekerja gini, susah nak cari apa benda. If you say that, that is our challenge number 1. Highly dispersed talent data. I was just talking to Fahmi from PwC about the perennial problem of losing talents to Singapore. That's the problem here in Johor lah. Tapi elsewhere pun ada juga problem lain. For instance, in Yayasan Peneraju, we created 20% staff increase, now 25% staff increase in technology services. Dulu masa saya join on day 1, ada seorang sahaja IT, dia abang rambut panjang, dia jaga projector dan internet connection, dan dia install driver untuk make sure laptop I boleh print. That's our technology capacity of Yayasan Peneraju. Today, after 1 year, after 25% staff increase, we are now in full swing of digitalizing Yayasan Peneraju programs and Yayasan Peneraju alumni details. of that 25% increase of boxes, we can only fill maybe 15%. The other 10% tu tak boleh nak cari orang. And this is bizarre. Ni benda yang macam I sendiri tak faham tau. Kita yang train talent kita bila kita go through the market tak jumpa. Lepas tu kita go through the secondary market, which is our own alumni, tak jumpa juga. Not to that satisfactory level that we want. Because we are doing very dangerous stuff here. We are amalgamating padu data. We are tapping into their income tax. We are tapping into the EPF. We are tapping into their PTPTN. These are highly classified, sensitive data that is governed by multiple Personal Data Protection Act. And any misstep, I think some of us are going to go to jail. So we cannot just take any willy-nilly talent. Even we can't find the talent data that we have, and we're supposed to be the developers of talent. So imagine if it's scarier for us, the impact is scarier for you guys. Because dah lah you cakap, number one, you tak jumpa orang nak tolong you punya business. Second, kat mana nak cari pun you tak tahu. This is your challenge. Third is that dwindling local talent pool. Self-explanatory. Multiple talent development government initiatives tu for real. That's why penjajaran semula critical. That's why bila I meet people datang jumpa nak minta proposal lah, project lah, apa semua, I cakap, I'm so sorry, I can't. I'm no longer doing this. I'm no longer doing TVET. I'm no longer doing medical specialization. I'm no longer doing academic. I'm no longer doing university. I'm no longer doing high school. So, diorang semua tanya, habis kalau kau tak buat semua ni, kau buat apa? Aku buat professional dan teknologi. Orang lain buat benda-benda yang tadi. Pergilah kat orang lain. So, the penjajaran semula tu critical. But, bila kita cakap, dia macam ni tau, kita benci government, cakap government ni entah apa. Tapi bila government streamline, marah pula. So, you can't win them all. So, in the end, I have to disappoint more than I have to create. Finally, I look at value add on this role of value creation. In Yayasan Peneraju, the way we look at value management is we manage value, we add value, and then we create value. Right now, we are focused on the middle part, which is value add, which is not creating value, which is fine previously, but now we're not creating value, and we need to do something more there. Finally, on the scaling up. Itu Aaron tahulah, dia pun scale up. Okay, so let's talk about the next generation, how they can be empowered. People like you. If you notice what Richard Kerr was talking about just now was Facebook. Believe me, that there's about 25% to 29% of Malaysians that are still using Facebook daily. These are generally millennials and Gen X. Gen Z tak sentuh dah Facebook. Generational friction is critical. People in the office don't understand what they're talking to each other. Even anak sulung saya pun tak faham kadang-kadang anak bongsu dengan anak tengah saya. They really speak a different language, quite literally. Let alone their thinking is very different. So how can the next generation be empowered? The way we look at it is, at Yayasan Peneraju, we're looking at empowerment at different stages. First is we have to empower them at an individual level. Then we have to empower them at a community level before we can empower them at a nationalistic level. Let's look at the first one, where we have to talk about empowerment at an individual level. Empowerment at an individual level at Yayasan Peneraju is talking about creating value creators. Value creators is defined as people who create something out of nothing. If there was something and we are now improving it, you are just hanya semata-mata penambah nilai, which is a noble thing, which is okay, but might not necessarily be critical for us to create economic mobility. For instance, if you work in an organization, you are adding value. No matter what you say, you actually don't create anything. Because capital is not yours. You are still drawing salary, despite what people say. And it's okay. Saya sendiri bukan value creator. Saya penambah nilai. Sebab saya try jadi usahawan, tak menjadi. Which is fine. It's scary because I'm a chartered accountant and I don't know how to create money. So, bagus jugalah kan. If an accountant knows how to create money, then problem, PwC datang, marah kita hantar jail. Right? So we have to learn our capacity and limitations. I'm not a value creator. I'm okay. I'm a value adder. If this is the case, then we will park you as a professional leader as defined by Yayasan Penraju, and we need 5,000 value creators, value adders for professional leader by 2030. We are looking for that 5,000 amongst you right now in this room. In order for us to unearth you and find you, we are doing a profiling needs-based basis that is going to happen 2 o'clock later. My colleagues, Mas Hana and many others dekat belakang are taking notes because they are making sure that they get the right profilers for you guys. They will ask you to go to peneraju.org and fill out your requests and your lineup and your data in order for us to better understand you. Because if we can't profile you, then we don't know what type of leader you are. In this pursuit of us trying to find professional leaders in Johor, we want you to tell us what you are as a person in order for us to profile you better. That is what we want. Nothing too sensitive anyway. Then we talk about business leaders. The 3 of them just now, they are business leaders. They are the value creators. Before Aaron, there was no Turistly. Before Aaron, there was no VC or accelerator called Scale Up. Before Aaron, there was no acquisition by AirAsia to buy a vacation itinerary program. Because of Aaron, I do all this. And Aaron is a value creator. Now, I'm not